Hello? Hello. I nearly lost track of time more completely than I already did. Hello, welcome to the stream. It is Art Edition. Howdy, everybody. Um, so, Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. Welcome to the stream. How's everyone doing? What a lovely background I have with my kiltered watering can that the cat's knocked over. Hello, all. So, sorry for the unprepared start. I was doing some file uploading, lost track of time, and realized I need to dig up some files before I can start the shindig. Let me open this with the correct program. Here we go. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Hello, James Richards. Analysis, Chong, Say Playtest, Sour Mash. Bob loves apple pie. Who doesn't? Hey. Tarako. Nicholas. Hey. Nico. Generic Potato. Diamond Knight. Hello. Miha. Francis. Hello, Eileen. Jason. KDM. Nathan. And Polina. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Art Day. So, what are we doing? Let me continue getting my files ready. So unprepared. Very professional, this guy. All right. Just gotta hide a bunch of layers. There we go. Okay, cool. So, we're still kind of like in the middle of kind of transitioning to new stuff. We're going to be doing some event stuff in a little bit, not right at this moment, of course, but that'll be kind of like coming up. But at the moment, we're kind of like in a spot where we're not kind of like creating a big release. So we have kind of like some opportunities to work on some cool fun stuff, little tweaks and updates to come. Last time we were hanging out, we were working on kind of a generic splash image. And as much as I am interested in continuing that work, we're putting that on pause, at least today, because I actually have new, what is the word? Cosmetic. Like, it starts with a C. We have a new like cosmetic that we can work on because that will be entering the game in the future. I don't know exactly when, however. But let's just pop on over and reveal what we're going to be looking at. So we are actually going to be making a fun new dirigible skin. So this is going to be for the folklore forest as kind of like a potential future reward. Well, you know what? If you're hoping for a journal theme, you might not be disappointed. We kind of basically tossed a coin on the art team, and I ended up kind of with the dirigible, so that's what we're working on today. But there will be a journal theme coming, so look forward to that. It's going to be some interesting kind of like rewards to come. So hopefully there'll be stuff that everyone's excited for. So we have a lot of kind of like potential for what we could do for this design, and I think we can just kind of jump right in if we want. Basically, I think we're going to lean this dirigible design into the table of contents specifically, kind of making it very book-themed, kind of like library writing. I don't know what angle we want to take exactly, but I do want to kind of go in that direction. I think that could be really neat, having kind of like the like maybe leather kind of binding pages, even like ink, stuff like that. Maybe it's made out of books. Like, what do we think? I think it could be pretty interesting to kind of like focus the theme and design around kind of like that concept specifically. It's an interesting question. On the topic of the folklore forest, without spoiling anything, do you guys have any eyes on the next areas in the region already, or focusing on this and event season for now? We do actually have quite a few ideas that we're going to be kind of exploring, and we're hoping that it won't be kind of like really far out. The way that we're kind of designing the region is to kind of like be a little bit more kind of paced than let's say kind of like you know, other major areas that came out. So that's the intention around that. Of course, we're also having to make sure that we're going to be kind of like gearing up for event season and get ahead of that, because that can be kind of like pretty hefty. So we'll see what the roadmap has in mind for us, though. But yeah, we definitely have some ideas. Although, you know, like if you guys have ideas around what you feel would be really interesting to explore in this kind of like fairy tale kind of region, I'm all ears. You know, I certainly think that, you know, if you guys have cool ideas, I'd be interested in hearing what those could be. I know there's certainly quite a few that come to mind for a number of people when we first started proposing the whole kind of region idea in general. So lots of cool, fun stuff to explore, and potentially kind of like small chapters that might kind of come out as kind of little kind of, you know, moments, as opposed to kind of like massive 60 mice kind of takes a year to develop things. But, you know, that's to be determined. We don't have it kind of locked in like, all right, we're gonna get this for that month, etc. But yeah, hopefully some pretty cool, interesting stuff to come. So yeah, feel free to like chat about such ideas. I'd be interested in hearing them. Let's see. Yeah, journal theme for Encyclopedia Volume 50. Whew. People will get there, though. Maybe not everyone, but it is possible for sure. You do need a lot of luck to kind of really get up there, though. But yeah, we did a lot of testing in our internal servers when we were kind of getting the area ready, and some of the volume potentials are quite impressive. Not easy, though. All right. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, Alex Facton, the sales definitely feel like they lend themselves being pages of writing. I agree. I think that, yeah, like, yeah, having that be kind of like some nice kind of thick, dense paper, maybe. I feel like it'd be neat to kind of almost have maybe like bookbinding qualities to it as well. Like how kind of like more traditional bookbound books have kind of like the stitched spines, stuff like that. Could be like a neat way to do kind of a rib on the sail, if we even want that. I suppose we should start with a sketch layer, actually. Yeah. Will condensed creativity be used in the upcoming new areas? I believe that, yeah, the idea will be that the condensed creativity should kind of carry through to the kind of preceding locations. However, please don't take that as, you know, an absolute, you know. This is just kind of like me working off chats that I recall from a long time back. So things could change. Things could have already changed around that. So we'll have to see. But kind of the idea is that the this kind of first release is kind of like the kind of initial staging area, and elements of it will likely carry to the next ones in ways. But we'll have to see. All right. Yeah, so book page covers for the sale. That makes sense because those are all nice and kind of flat. A bookshelf balloon. Interesting. Yeah. Magic massive writable book hull. That could be cool. Ooh, an idea for a new mouse sour. I would be interested in hearing that. Yeah. No, Alex, that's a good point about getting out of kind of like the European-specific folklore. Absolutely would love to kind of like explore different kind of like um, just areas of those kind of like tales. Um, definitely lots to kind of like learn about and kind of bring to the project. I think it'd be really neat to just kind of like tell all kinds of different stories that are basically these stories that get passed down through the ages, and so our own take on those would be neat. Something that ties into the Crystal Library somehow would be cool. I feel like there is currently pretty interesting tie to it. If you've been paying attention to the like descriptions and kind of the little release event kind of gave something with that. Oh, printing press that could print different kinds of things. Ooh, that's an interesting idea. A bookmobile airship decoration. Let's see. What does a bookmobile look like? I know I've heard of it before, but I'm like, is that like actually a very specific thing that I'm just not familiar with? It's like a traveling, yeah, like a van or a truck where it actually like lifts up and there's like literally a library built into it. Oh, that's cool. I just found like a really old picture, black and white, of like I don't know, Model T modded to have a traveling library. That's great. Okay. Yeah, that could be interesting. Maybe the hull is kind of like this bookmobile idea where like it's kind of outer structure is actually shelves of a library, perhaps. That could be neat. Um, let's see. Let's see. Mice spaceship. Yes, please. Yes, please. I'm gonna take us there. I have so many ideas to kind of like take us to outer space one day. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're working. I'm working. I'm kind of like cooking up all these little kind of like, well, what if we do this next, or not next, but like maybe we could travel here and then slowly get higher and higher until we get to visit the moon and beyond. All right, but that's not here. Yeah, I know in Canada, and I'm not sure. I feel like it's probably a pretty wide-reaching thing that people might do, but there's some people that just kind of like set up almost like a mailbox in their like building or even like house, where you can just kind of like take a book, leave a book, and it's kind of like just a community library in a sense. I've always thought that's really neat when people do that. So, yeah, what we could do is, actually, am I recording? Let's start a recording session for this so that at lunch, at least, I can do a little playback and we can just enjoy watching this on loop. But what I'm thinking is, so we start with kind of like our basic hull, and we just kind of like make it feel more like a traveling library somehow. Oh yeah, no, I love that. Yeah, the whole kind of like just the free book exchange idea. You know, anytime I've seen them, they are also like generally at least half full. So you know that people use that. That's awesome. My building had that for a while. Our new management with my building are just really happy to try and make us miserable, though. So they kind of get rid of anything nice. They took over my building because they want to tear it down and build a condo. So big surprise there. Yeah, not particularly like fond of making sure we have niceties. They're like, oh, do you enjoy your card-operated laundry machine? You know, being in this century at least, let's remove those and give you coin-operated instead. That charges you more. I will not get into my gripes with that whole fiasco here, because I don't think that would be a very fun stream, unless you're all into kind of just me gossiping about that. But I don't think it's what most people are here for. I think we're here for art and working together to create something cool that we'll see in the game and hopefully be excited to collect. So let's see, what could we do with maybe just the shape, the silhouette of this that could speak more to like book, library, that kind of writing, that kind of quality. I feel like, I don't know if we want something like this, but like looking at the front of this, I almost think of like a quill, you know? So it's like this could become more like a feather and like turn it into this kind of like, it looks like, you know, a quill, but like, will it work for creating this kind of like traveling bookmobile aesthetic? Maybe it won't quite, but having that kind of like the quill motif could be nice for little detailing. And I think the front of the ship might be a good use there. So yeah, they're kind of trying to bully everyone out. I have many anecdotes about how they've been doing that in very strange and silly ways, but yeah. Very Halloween there. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's see, if you want, look for library image inspiration. Google the Trinity College Library in Dublin. Will do. Oh, yes. Yes. Gosh, how many like TV shows and movies have like filmed in here specifically? Like, it is such a cool looking place. And honestly, I'm pretty sure that the header illustration for the Crystal Library I did ages ago had inspiration from this. Yeah, that place is legendary. All right, let's see. Yes, one of those read posters on it somewhere. Yeah, either the white mouse reading or one of the many mice already has a book in his hand. That could be fun. I don't know if it'll look like it, depending on what we kind of like illustrate. That actually isn't a terrible idea to kind of have like just kind of like little things to encourage reading. It's good. It could be fun. A rocket ship powered by mouse cheese? That could be interesting. Only so like limited fuel depending on how much you can kind of like prepare or something like that. Could be neat. Maybe the hall is Rose bookshelves with a book, just like open books flying out the back of it. That could be really funny. I like that. Did I miss something regarding the Hunter's Journal that surrounds your video? Where do we get that? That is a great question. That's a different one. So that is one that I illustrated a very long time ago, and I've been holding it in my back pocket as kind of like the kind of just we gotta make the calm clearing and just kind of like that Whisker Woods location into something, have gameplay, you know, a HUD even. But basically, I created that because I just really like the aesthetics of the area, and I think it was just kind of a day when we were like, I don't know, what do you want to draw? Like chat, and we kind of ended up picking that. So you can't get it in game. It is me kind of putting that out there of like, we should really, you know, encourage making that area happen. Not that it's up to you guys to kind of make that happen, but it is one of those things where I really want to root for that happening. However, we've kind of like always had so many balls in the air that it's been hard to kind of like dedicate the resources to actually like developing a whole kind of location for that early game portion. The reality is you can kind of glean through that, bypass it, events, going to different locations and circumventing it at times. So it's not like the worst thing that it doesn't really provide a lot, but like in reality, new players coming through the game, it's not an incredibly good experience to, you know, if they even make it that far, to kind of enter that, and then you're like, what do you do? So I would like that to be, you know, something put together for that. And when we do, I will happily release my clutches on the journal theme. It's actually one of my favorite that I've ever done as well. So it's a shame that it's not out there in everybody's hands. So, yeah, that's why it's the way it is. Yeah. Once we do the rework for it, we have ideas. It's just kind of like we haven't being able to kind of like lock down on, yep, that's what we want to do, and as well, here's a good time to kind of like dedicate a team for this amount of time to do that. So it has certain challenges for sure as to why we can't really get that done. But hopefully soon. We have been kind of like growing our team steadily and appropriately, and kind of like figuring out how to balance managing stuff like multiple projects, and kind of like members kind of having kind of more autonomy and ownership over kind of like working such kind of like side projects, so we have a lot more that we've been able to kind of like have on the go than ever before. So I wouldn't be too surprised if in the relatively near future that will be something that we can kind of tackle. But yeah, at the current moment, there is not anything slotted in, at least. So that's just where we are at right now. Okay, so what I'm thinking is kind of like creating like shelves, and I need them to be spaced apart enough that when you're kind of like at size, you can kind of tell what's going on, maybe. We don't need like super high detail, you're able to like read the names on the spine of the book, but I do want to be able to see that, like, oh, that looks like a library. I think that's pretty good. So looking at kind of the Trinity College in Dublin, the library they have, there's a lot of like really good kind of like Gothic, maybe not Gothic, but like the pillars and kind of detail on all the posts and stuff like that. I feel like that has kind of like a nice hefty library, kind of interesting quality to it. So almost like taking kind of like all the details for like the paneling and railings and posts and pillars, and just kind of like trying to kind of like see if we can kind of get that wood quality, the like the detailing on this. Maybe that would kind of like lend itself to that kind of library feel. Same with kind of like, I don't know, like on a bookshelf without kind of sides, you might have kind of like, you know, a book end to kind of like keep your books from falling over, and that might be like a nice heavy kind of like solid wood thing, or perhaps bubbles, in case anyone had that collectible. We did have a Bubbles bookends item one day. So I'm thinking just kind of like really like hardwood, deep, rich kind of, I don't know, mahogany or something like that. Just very ornate and polished. Could look really nice. And then just kind of like lots of little kind of books. Just kind of all over the outside of it, I guess. So it'd be kind of like the whole, there's like these shelves that wrap around the hull itself. So like when it lands at port, you could kind of like walk up and just maybe there'd have to be like one of those kind of like sliding ladders kind of hanging off the side. You know, the one from Beauty and the Beast. Maybe this is kind of like extended all the way across here to kind of change it up from all the other ones. I think a lot of them have kind of like this cutout here, but for a library, I feel like they want to kind of maximize as much shelf space as possible. So it could be something like that. All right. Loads of awesome shelves all over the hull. I like the suggestion of having a droid snuggle down on the top railing of the airship, just reading a book. That could be fun. I don't think we've put a droid inside of an airship yet. To be fair, the concept is, and not that we're very, or I would have to blame myself personally about any of this, but we're not too great at kind of like having consistency of scale. So if you think about it, you have like a mousetrap, and it's got some cool little droids, and they hang out on your mousetrap. You know, most traps are probably relatively small. They may be, you know, bigger than your usual kind of household that you would get here on Earth, but not the biggest things, probably. Maybe they are. I don't know. I've never actually like measured one because I try to avoid actually having those in a scene to kind of like state this is the size that they are. But I think the concept that we do want to go with is the airships themselves are carrying you. You know, you as your as the hunter. So, you know, big enough that you can kind of like have your own kind of little cabin in there, let's say. So, I guess the idea of what I'm getting at is like a droid hanging out on there would be so small it'd be like half the size of a book, maybe. You know, so I guess technically, if we have the books being this big, they're big books because you know that's probably how big a person might be actually. Scale is not important. Don't worry about it. Yeah, you know, have a little droid dude if we want. But yeah, so every once in a while I kind of think about like how would these kind of like compare, and it's like, oh, I broke everything. Oops. Oopsies. Even the drawing I was doing last Feedback Friday, I was definitely kind of like allowing the droids to be kind of big enough to like, you know, be visible with ease in the drawing itself. And I imagine if I were to kind of like try and make them more to scale, they would probably be smaller than I let on with that. But then again, I don't know. You're catching like mountain-sized mice with these traps, so who's to say a wizard did it? That's generally my kind of ruling. Like, hey, if it looks cool, if it's fun, if people enjoy this, that's the priority. If it doesn't make sense, a wizard did it. We can all agree with that, right? Zugzwang at some point decided that magic was the best solution, and it was probably a really bad idea. And you know what? Just kind of did some magic, and now everything's a little bit wonky. All right. I do think that I like the direction this hull is going in. I think we can definitely kind of like give it a really nice epic library feel. One of the things that like is super cool about the example library that was shared with me is just those crazy arches and like how tall those shelves actually are. It's crazy, you know, like so it's just, I don't think I can kind of capture that feeling in here, but that to me is the most impressive element of it, is just like they're just so tall, and like just, I would imagine stepping into that place would be like overwhelming. So yeah, I don't think I'm going to capture something like that with the airship. Let's see. Yeah, when in doubt, it's magic. Nice one, Nico. Womp womp. Okay. So, if we wanted to make this more quill-like, I'm thinking could just kind of have it be like a carved detail, right? And I think that that might be able to give an impression of it at least. Just trying to decide on like the overall shape that I want this to have. I feel like if it's like too big and interesting, it almost is too distracting. Also, with kind of how I want that carving to work, it's kind of like, you know, like having kind of, I don't know, a siren on the front of the boat. They're kind of like center line and, you know, not kind of like necessarily, well, I guess in some cases they might have like their arm wrapped around the front of the hull or something interesting like that. But with something like a quill, I imagine that that's just kind of like almost pretty narrow right down the center. So it's not necessarily going to come wrapping out front or anything like that, which is fine. I kind of want a little more kind of verticality to this somehow to kind of like give it like that bulky kind of strength. So maybe instead of kind of like sloped angles, it might be more kind of the like straight up and then like a slight arch. Something like that. And maybe this just extends straight down and is more planted. That has kind of more of a kind of sturdy, heavy kind of quality to it. And I think if we want it to be like this like thick library that is just like all of the books, having it feel kind of just bulky and blocky might be kind of like a nice design for that. So even the front here, I think we could kind of give it a similar treatment where we maybe even have this go straight down, right? So it's like not particularly, you know, aerodynamic looking, but boy, that could hold a lot of books or something, right? Let's see. So that's perhaps a direction for it. It's not guaranteed that we're going to lock in that design specifically, but I think that, yeah, like letting it be a bit more blocky and bulky is perhaps a good direction for it. Let's see. Yeah, I'm not totally sure how I want to handle all the details, but I think I at least feel like this is somewhat in the right direction. So what I'm thinking is I'll probably use this for now, because that like section just isn't quite working for me. You know what? I might mirror this and let's see. Ooh, hello. what if it's more like this? Now, I'm trying to remember the layer order. Balloons on top, and balloons don't have the bottom ropes. Okay, so we should be fine. All right, so if this is mirrored like that, it feels very, very bulky suddenly, which I think is interesting. I don't think any of the other airships quite have this kind of like awkward weight to it. Now, not sure if it's quite what I want, but I'll go with this for now. Again, I think that what might be important to really kind of capture is the whole kind of like books on the shelf quality. I think if that's not reading, then none of this will work, right? Like, it'll be neat to have kind of like this really ornate, like hefty looking wood structure that is the hull, but yeah. Okay, so I kind of like the contrast of this quill with this hull. They're very different from each other, and that is interesting. I think that the rudder itself, if we even keep the rudder, might have, you know, something interesting going on. We'll just kind of block something in real quick and simple though, just to have it. But also like some like elements that I think will help this really will be to kind of like have some just very interesting details with kind of like the wood itself, kind of like having just extra ornate, you know, like carved portions or something, you know. Nothing that is so detailed no one can appreciate it, but I think that like even something like that kind of like helps the silhouette of it to kind of like read a little bit more interestingly. Like there's like, oh, there's like the details at the base of these pillars or something like that, and like make them into more of a heavy pillar kind of looking thing. So I don't know, something like that. And like it could be interesting to have like lanterns or something that kind of feel like they're illuminating the library shelves or something. That could be potentially cool. But all right, so we'll try that. I almost want to like have this split down the middle, but kind of feel like this being offset like that is kind of interesting. And I also feel like I would, instead of having it be 3 pillars, I want it to be 4 for some reason. So pillar basically right here beside the ladder, and another one there. So those are basically kind of evenly spaced out. I feel like with 4 instead of 3, it just has more of a kind of like thicker, kind of heavier feeling to it. It's interesting because like this might end up looking like it's like, oh, that thing looks heavy and it's gonna, you know, weigh down everything. That's kind of neat. I kind of want to still get that like arches in here, maybe, if it'll work. So like, what if these are those arches? it's kind of more Colosseum feeling with that. So maybe, well, maybe if it's kind of, it's done right, it might be okay. Now we're like going full on, just kind of creating the side profile of that library in a way. So that might be a bit extreme. I think that's going to be almost too noisy to really kind of like appreciate the detail. So I'm going to pull those arches out. It seemed like there could be something there, but maybe I'll try and get that quality somewhere else. Let's see. Putting a horn on the airship. I feel like that could be a design for an airship at some point. Oh yeah, the sails could also be the quills, that's true. Yeah, I'm glad you're liking this squarer shape. I feel like it just, that blockiness just has something dusty and heavy and like unmoving to it, which is kind of like what I want a good library to feel like, you know, just like it's like this. I mean, we're designing a kind of bookmobile idea, but like the idea of your bookmobile being this like grand, you know, just insanely, just over the top. Everything's made of like crazy hardwoods and polished and etched and I don't know, just way too much for basically a thing that carries books. Yeah, I think that's what I want in this. So yeah, I feel like having kind of like old school kind of like lanterns could be just interesting. I don't know why I want that, but I feel like that could look really nice. I think it's kind of like the idea of this being kind of like thick wooden pillars and having like a nice warm lantern light kind of like illuminating parts. That could be quite nice. So we'll see what we can do with that. I'm thinking I'm pretty happy with this direction. I feel like no matter what, I'm going to figure out something with this. I think there's something there. It might be nice to give it a little bit of kind of like volume, so it doesn't look like this two-dimensional, you know, like, oh, it's just a single wall of books. I want it to feel like, you know, a hull itself. So I might kind of like make it kind of wrap out towards us a little bit more. Just kind of like if you were looking, you know, at a 3/4 view of it, it would kind of, you know, bow out kind of in the middle, right? More than the back and front. So emulating that would be good somehow. I'm not too worried about making sure that's working exactly, but figure something out. So let's try jumping out to the either the sails or the balloon to just kind of like make sure that we can kind of create a design that works for everything. Because in the end, I want to create, you know, like a set that works together, and then hopefully swapping parts to customize your own design will end up looking really neat. So I know that there was plenty of ideas for the sails. Obviously, like doing the sail kind of like made out of paper is like a pretty good idea that I think will work quite well. So that's one that I think we could kind of like come to use if we want. So maybe we figure out what's going on with the balloon itself, because that one feels a little less solidified to me. Not that I'm kind of like saying, oh, it's got to be paper for the sails, right? Like I think that doing it as the quill could be really interesting, or anything else anyone else comes up with. But yeah, what do we think? I mean, that's a fair point, Nico. Adding that much detail into something that is very small on the screen. Honestly, with Feedback Friday, I go kind of like further than is going to read, as long as it does read properly at size. Like if the overall image doesn't feel kind of too chaotic with all the detail I put into it, putting in all the details live where people who are here get to appreciate it, I'm okay with that kind of like only being for you lot. I think it kind of makes it a little bit special, in fact. So I'm not too concerned if like we add details that just aren't going to read super small. So what do we think? I was thinking like bookbinding is a really fascinating process, especially if you like manage to find videos of like people doing it as traditionally as possible. I think I saw a documentary like a year ago about, where was it? Somewhere in Europe, I think. There was like a place that like is like full traditional, and like one of the only ones that do it, where they have like, I don't know, like hide paste and like the silk or whatever they use to like stitch the pages, and the way that they do the leather kind of like bound covers and stretch it and all kinds of really cool stuff. So that stuff's super interesting, and I feel like, could we do something like that with the balloon? I think it'd be really interesting if we could. I just don't know what that would look like. I guess what I'm thinking is like, what if there is kind of like the whole kind of like just stretched leather embossed details, because there's like, okay, because there's often these like cords coming off the balloon, right? So like, what if that was the binding of the pages in a book normally? And then, I don't know, would the balloon itself be made of like layers of paper? Like, could that be a thing if it's, I don't know. It could be interesting for the silhouette itself, like the contour of the balloon being kind of like sheets of paper. Like, would they be like a stack, like a heavy, like, you know, Larry, when you get that error message where he's just kind of like overwhelmed with stacks of papers? Like, would it be paper like that, or is it more like there's like a circle with paper kind of wrapped all around it? You know, like, I feel like that could be interesting. It feels a little more kind of like some of the chaos going on in the table of contents, where it's like the books and pages are kind of like used for alternate purposes, not always for reading, but you know, the mice decor themselves or whatnot using it. I don't know. You got to see it live? Oh man, that'd be so fascinating to like actually watch people like, that process is just really interesting. I definitely remember when I watched that doc. I don't remember it very well, but like, I remember when I was watching, I was like, "This is absolutely fascinating." So yeah, and books on aerodynamics. Let's see. Thank you, Free Schmidt. See you later. Can the rudder be dropping something? Maybe. One thing about stuff kind of like floating off of the dirigible is that like when in game, it's kind of this like hovering static-ish thing where if it was like implying something was flying off the back of it, like books flying off the back, it'd be really cool and fun as like a snapshot illustration, but in the game it kind of like is there. So you'd have like these like books flying at the back they look like they're kind of like mid falling or something, and those are also just kind of like statically there. It would look like magic has kind of like frozen time around it, and there's floating books and stuff, which actually could be really cool. What if it is floating books? Let's see. Ngram. That's a good name for a book company. I like that. Yeah, magical speckles around the airship. I think that, yeah, like having... Actually, yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, like, what if the balloon is just like that? Kind of like... Okay. I think I have an idea. Don't know if it's going to work. Well, let's dig into it. See if we like it. And then, okay, so if the balloon itself is like just like a whole bunch of pages, and for like front on, it looks like it's just kind of like this solid plastered sphere. But as you kind of like see it going around the side, you actually realize these are all just kind of like floating and just kind of hovering around and above each other. And so it'll kind of have this really neat, hopefully, 3D feeling look to it. There's this thing that I really enjoy about fur texture, like when you're rendering fur, for example. Not that I actually, surprisingly, not that I do this a lot with MouseHunt. I don't tend to kind of like make the mice like very fluffy and furry. But what's really interesting about textured kind of materials where the texture is kind of like coming from the center and going out is when you kind of like look at stuff head on, you kind of see the deep texture like in the middle, and then because stuff is overlapping at the sides, you don't get to see as deep into the texture. This is not a very good example of this. Rendering here did not quite work how I wanted it to. But it's all about kind of like the angle that you're viewing it at. And so because like the fur is coming out towards you, you can kind of see down in between it. Whereas if it's kind of like angled away from you, it's kind of like blocking more and more of your vision. With pages floating around and kind of hovering around a shape, it's the same idea, but the opposite in a way. So because they're these kind of like flat head-on and very thin from the side, we get the opposite effect, where you can, when it's angled away from you, you can see around it and through it. But when it's facing head-on, you can't see what is kind of like behind it. So that was way too over-explaining for a very kind of silly, simple concept that I think everyone would get the moment I actually start drawing it, instead of trying to explain it in a bad way. Yeah, effectively kind of using that concept, I'm thinking it could look really neat to have this be made out of just like tons and tons of, I mean, still technically very large pages, but when looked at in-game, we'll feel like they're pretty small. It's all relative, right? Yeah, so where it's like facing us directly, we're going to see you know, the full profile of the page. And near the sides, it's turning away from us to the point where it's just individual thin sheets. And I think that that could create this really magical feeling quality to it, which I think it'll almost feel like the books inside have come to life to power this thing to be able to fly. I feel like that's the story here. And then by making the balloon out of such pages, it does kind of suggest, well, maybe we should make the sails different. And actually, I think the book binding is perfect for that then. That kind of like leather and rope kind of quality where there's just kind of like a lot of care and detail put into it. Maybe there's like some nice gilding or something. I'll look up some just kind of like really fancy book binding that I think would, you know, accent this design. Yeah, like having kind of like a nice thick leather spine to it or something like that. Maybe there's kind of like the stitching is visible. Who knows? We can definitely kind of try out all kinds of ideas. But yeah, I think that might be a good direction for that. I think the shape of the sail might benefit from being a little different. Maybe more, like if it's more of an actual book, does that work? It kind of makes it feel like, you know, oh, there's an open book back here, and it's powering the flight by spewing story behind it or something. I don't know. Not quite digging that one. Yeah, I think binding, book binding kind of stuff at the back and the front could be neat. So maybe I'll, on lunch, look that up. Although I guess we have an hour before I usually take my lunch, so I think we'll be able to kind of like at least figure out how we want to tackle that. Because I feel good about the balloon being pages. It's just gonna take a minute before it looks kind of correct. It's just a bunch of, you know, little details trying to overlap in an interesting way. That should work. The question being as well, what happens with like these ropes? Maybe it's kind of like trying to bind these pages, but clearly a bunch of them have kind of like slipped loose or something. That could be kind of cool. So for a good amount of it, it looks like it actually has kind of like held the pages down. They're like and you know, we don't need to like put all the same ropes in the same places either. Like we could do like a rope going diagonally if we wanted, or one here and one here, or just not even any of those. I do like these two ropes here at least. Yeah, netting with the books trying to burst out kind of quality to it. Yeah, I guess the only challenge of kind of like having items streaming out of it, like they look like they're flying away. You know, like it'll look cool as an image, right? But when the airship does its kind of simple bob animation, those won't look right, whereas at least with stuff that's just kind of hovering around it, that will look normal enough, you know? Yeah, who doesn't have just kind of magical pages hovering around every once in a while, right? So I think this will be pretty good. I'll definitely see about, yeah, maybe having like other hovering bits around. Like it could be that there are just books that are hovering around it, you know, that then kind of like are fed up into the balloon. That could be a way to give that quality. Again, though, that would be such a small detail that it's like, is that even something that could possibly read, or is that just going to be noise and distraction, right? It's balance. To balance, you gotta figure out. Not always easy. Yeah, it almost feels like there's just like a pile of letters or something that have just been bound together. That's kind of interesting. It's all the drafts that like the Mythweaver had written or something, or you hunters. We've collected all the short stories and novellas and epics, created something beautiful out of them. Okay, I think I've captured enough of the concept to be able to say that, yep, that sketch feels like it kind of like knows what it needs, at least. The very kind of like edges of this will be pretty interesting because I can really have some kind of like good texture going on right at these kind of angles where it's like really turned away from us, so I can get some good deep texture going. I think that'll be really quite interesting. So I feel like that is working. Happy with that. So since I am pretty content with what's going on there, I'm thinking the sail is the last kind of like, I need to figure out what in the world this is going to do, and then once I have that, I can do a bit of refining. But we should be good to start rendering, I think. So let's see, I'm going to look up just some like really old bookbinding tomes or something. Oh yeah, and there's also like so much fun kind of like embossing and like even just kind of like metalwork and stuff. Stuff like that is really neat. So yeah, I feel like, yeah, I want the yeah, okay, so it could be like very heavy kind of hardware feeling. Let's see. And like the idea of there being just this embossed kind of design could be really nice. What that design is, I don't know. So, like, imagine the whole thing is like heavy, heavy leather look, and then it's just got kind of like rivets or like gold or metal of some kind foil, just kind of detailing it. The like leather binding is kind of like overall the theme, but there's just lots of little just details and plates and just kind of accents that I think could really make it feel special. So yeah, I think something kind of bulky feels appropriate for this, but I don't want to go too far. Something like that could be. Something with just kind of like a lot of like subtle but interesting, but like not noisy, just kind of uniform pattern punched into it, where the light is just kind of raking across the sides so you can see that it's this embossed detail. And so like the whole thing would be kind of like the same material but like pressed with kind of like different heights, or maybe different like types of leather would be kind of like layered over top each other. I think that would also be appropriate for it. So like this strap here could either be the same material or a different one. All right, let's see. I feel like I've ignored the chat for a while here. Balloon made of ink droplets that fly into the page. Ooh, that's also very interesting. I don't know. I guess the open book cover idea for the back page or the back, it would work because a lot of the sales that we've done are like flowers, and it's like a full kind of round thing at the back. So yeah, I don't think it wouldn't work. I guess it didn't feel like the design I was hoping it would somehow. But I mean, like maybe this does have kind of pages just kind of looking ready to fall out or something. That could be potentially interesting, where it's like not completely bound or something like that, or it's falling apart. Is that maybe interesting? Let me try and make that look. It's like, are these pages kind of shaped similar to this sail? I feel like that might make sense if they were kind of cut to fit it. But yeah, so if these were sort of loose pages, although I guess the leather would make sense to be the darker element, right? That could be just enough to kind of like give that open book kind of vibe, I think is neat, without it feeling like it's wide open. It's more like it is closed and just kind of like barely containing these pages. Okay, there's something about that I think is actually maybe working. A folded airplane for the tail. That's actually kind of an amusing idea because it being made out of pages and stuff like that. It's actually kind of fun. I feel like as a kid I would do that. All right, so I'm feeling like that might actually. There might be something there, right? So that feels like it is a floating library to me now. You know, just like countless pages. You know, I'll change the scale of some of these to kind of make it a little more uniform. I think some are just ridiculously too big compared to others. But I don't really need to worry about that until I'm kind of like on the rendering portion, and even then I'm just going to imply it through kind of like rendering the texture in useful, clever ways. Yeah, so I kind of dig this. I think that's pretty neat, right? I mean, I'm not entirely sure either, surely. That is a fair question. So I guess the idea of it is it's as if it was a book. It's kind of like how I'm imagining it. If it was like the side of a book here, and it's like got its fancy kind of gilding going on, right? Like metal corners to keep it protected or whatever. So this is like the idea of the side of a book. It's like, there's the nightly book. Right? But it's kind of that, but then distorted. So I like took a bite out of it here maybe, and kind of contorted it here and here, and that's kind of the overall kind of like idea of why I'm like this could work. It kind of feels like a tone still, yeah, something like that. And then it's as if the pages of the book are kind of like falling out. So I could just have a bite taken out of it, but that might not make a lot of sense. Like, why did you earn this probably challenging dirigible, and there's just like someone took a big old bite out of it? I mean, maybe there's a good reason for that. I feel like there could be, but I think it has like the textures right. It'll look like a book, but it's also just kind of like, no, that's a sail on an airship, I guess. But it looks like a book. But okay. So yeah, it should be interesting either way. Hopefully it works. It's the ultimate. Bottom line is, hopefully this looks good. Hopefully it like reads well. The front sail, do we want to keep it triangular, or do we want to do something a bit different with that? Like this one, maybe we could try and, I don't know if I would be able to make this work, but like maybe making this more of a book in an obvious way, or the folded paper airplane. So maybe. Yeah, it looks like a weird suitcase. Not sure. Oh, bookmark. I didn't even think of a bookmark. That's a good idea. Okay, so let's see. Ah, it's paper pulp flying around the sails due to the wind effect. Maybe that would work. The challenge with that is, would that work with other sails from different dirigibles? Because we do need to like make sure that when you mix and match, it's not going to look wrong. But because the balloon should be the topmost layer, I think it'd be okay to do something like that. So I might mess around with that. Ink splotches somewhere would be interesting too. I feel like we could do that. Like there could be like either there could be like a bit of an ink stain on like the binding, let's say, and that looks like it was someone attempted to clean it up, but like maybe couldn't get it all. Or there could be kind of like the balloon itself has just like ink within, and it's almost like trying to spill out. Maybe that might not look as like happy and joyous, I suppose. So I guess it's like, do we want it to feel worn and old and like weathered, or do we want it to kind of kind of like be more just kind of bright and, I don't know a good word for it, but free of books, like free of ink stains, I guess. Although I kind of maybe think just like a little hint of it on this very old, very worn cover could be good. Or maybe the rudder is something ink related. Could that be a thing? Could it be just like a quill bottle, like an ink bottle back here? Is that weird? I mean, it's the worst rudder you could possibly have, right? That seems appropriate for how we like to design things. Just kind of like, what would actually be a terrible design? Perfect. Here you go. Try and steer your ship using a bottle of ink as your rudder. Because, I don't know, I feel like this is probably too out of place. You know, it suddenly feels like, I don't know, some like alchemist thingy. Probably not that. Yeah. Yeah, no, hey, that's literally how that goes. How could this possibly fly in the first place? Yeah, magic. It's magic. Definitely. Coffee stain pages, that could be fun too. That's a great question. How would the color contrasts look on the final artwork? So yeah, I'm thinking that like the sail and the hull are going to be much darker. We're going to have kind of like old kind of, you know, like dark leathers. Maybe it could be a bit lighter if it's like really old and worn. So the sails might not be super dark. The hull itself, I am picturing it being kind of like a very kind of like just red hardwoods and just tons of books and little crevices between the books. So I feel like that's going to definitely be darker. The actual pages themselves, I think that's definitely going to be the brightest element. And so I think having these kind of like dark ropes that are kind of like binding it down will help add some interesting contrast to that. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, what if we kind of like alter the angle of that to kind of just make it feel like it's more haphazardly kind of bundled together? something like this, maybe. So it's like this loops underneath here. That loops over top there. So these like ropes are just absolutely gargantuan. And then there. And I think it'll be fun to like really have the pages being like crushed down and pulled down, where these are kind of like binding, right? Like really having that texture just kind of like fluttering out from those spots, to just really kind of like give it this feeling like it's trying to contain itself, it's trying to hold it together. It's like slipping, right? I feel like this is kind of like, even just from the like the shapes, right? The edge. I feel like that kind of captures a bit of that feeling. So we have all the kind of like papers coming out at angles from this. Boom, boom. I think that's going to work. Like some overlapping too, would be interesting. All right. Make the tail a Kindle. That's funny. Oh yeah, yeah. Like freight truck with the like the ratchet kind of style of kind of like binding. I think that that's kind of the idea that I have in mind, where it's like really just kind of like heavy duty. It could also maybe like, there was the mention of a bookmark, and I was like, bookmark, that's genius. And then I immediately got distracted with something. I do want a bookmark somewhere, somehow. Maybe the rudder is the bookmark. Maybe the front sail is a bookmark. Maybe the ropes are bookmark ribbon. That might be hard to convey in that case, but yeah. I do like the idea of the bookmark somehow. The hunter is a bookmark. Just kind of standing here. Hello. How's it going, friends? I'm just a bookmark. I hold your place in this story. Hope you're having a good journey. Okay, so a couple of design elements that I think I can tweak. Kind of having this line go through more directly. I want the quill to actually read as a quill a bit better. So how to do that? I suppose overemphasizing the end here could help with that. And even kind of like showing the inkwell kind of slit to it could work. It could be like where it's actually kind of like, you know, the quill where there's kind of like a dip pen kind of head added on top of it, right? Kind of idea, almost like an arrowhead. But the concept I'm going for is also that this is like a wood kind of carving for the bow, the front of the ship. So yeah. So I'm not totally sold on this book being right for the front sail just yet. That could be where the ribbon works, maybe, if I can figure out how to, or the bookmark. Consider making the tailpiece parchment paper, maybe burned or stained, to explain the missing parts. Yeah, like that could be. You know, I'm actually just going to duplicate this so I can just kind of try that. So it's like kind of like it would be normally like a full page, let's say, but it's being like torn. It's going to be very beat up, like burnt. So it could be something like that. So I don't think I need to be like, this is how it attaches to the dirigible, right? Most of the time we don't really kind of have to show that kind of detail. Depending on what shape I do for this, it can be hard to still be like, this is a page. Like, if it had writing on it, it's like, yeah, that might... I mean, I think when I texture it, it would look like a page, so I'm not too worried. Yeah, depending on what shape I want to give this, it could be really hard to kind of like express that. And it's like part of the challenge is like, I feel like either it's cut nicely to like really kind of like be this decorated part of it with it designed to be that way, or it's all ripped up and worn down and burnt, and like I guess that just kind of like makes it feel kind of like a more garbage kind of feel to it, which is interesting. But I kind of feel like it would take away that ornate kind of almost opulence or power in a way. I like it could be like more like a magical page or something cool like that too. You know, I don't need it to be. Could even be just straight across here. Technically, there's no reason I couldn't just make this like a full page that just extends behind it, right? Just kind of. Here's your report. Coming in. Watch out! It's gonna crush the building. I don't know. I feel like, especially with the balloon being made of like parchment paper, let's say, it'll feel more balanced with like leather kind of being on the sides here. So as much as I would like to kind of make that work, I think it could, absolutely. But I'm pretty happy with this direction at this point. So I think I'll stick to that. Oh man, no, that's awesome that this is your first one, Shirley. Welcome. I appreciate all your input, and always very excited for new people to join and partake. Usually, people kind of like have hung around for a while before they're kind of like, am I allowed to like share ideas? But absolutely, always give ideas. Even critiquing my artwork, being like, I don't think that works. I'm more than happy to receive that. I wouldn't do this live if I wasn't interested in getting the audience's kind of perspectives and making it work for you all. Yeah, I'm glad you decided to come by. All right. So I don't know. I feel like maybe this book is growing on me. I think I just want to get that bookmark in here somehow. Okay. So I think that maybe this could have. Oh, it's just distracting there. It was just flopped over the top. Yeah. Just to have it. I just want a bookmark. I don't know. Figure it out. We'll figure it out. No. I always try to take everyone's suggestions if I can. And honestly, I'm often bad at following the chat, even though it doesn't move super fast. I just get distracted with the drawing. But there have been some really, really good suggestions today, so it's been quite useful. Yeah, what should we do with the rudder? The balloon, just one big ball of crumpled paper. I mean, that is kind of what I've done. It's just got like loose scraps floating around it, but actually that is kind of fun if it's like all of the writers kind of like, not this, and they like crumple it up and toss it into the like paper basket, and someone just comes by and collects all of it and then just like slowly crafts a gigantic balloon out of all of the scrapped ideas. I kind of love that. Yeah, okay. Making the rudder a small, chonky bookmark flap. I think that's not a bad way to do that. So let's actually just kind of not have that detailed there. Could just end up being distracting. But I think that you have it right on where it could just be kind of like that, I don't know, classic bookmark where there is that kind of ribbon with the kind of the V cut in it, and maybe like I'm calling it, classic because it's just like what I came up with when I was working on the HUD for this. But I feel like I've used this ribbon design any number of times. It's like a red ribbon with a V cut. Doesn't always necessarily have some kind of lining on it or whatever. So, I don't know. Does this just kind of like trail off the back of the ship? Does it come out of something? It could also be like draped right off the back of it, even more so. Like it's not even like trying to be a rudder, it's just like draped behind. just kind of like, oh yeah, I guess that's a rudder. Just that flap of ribbon, gigantic flap of ribbon kind of draped over the back railing. Sure. I mean, it works. Yeah. Yeah, bendy. Yeah, bendy and just kind of like, yeah, it would be a terrible rudder, but like, I guess technically not the worst, because it would just kind of create drag as it's kind of like behind it, right? So it'd keep it steady. You wouldn't necessarily be able to steer with it all that well, I guess, is the biggest issue. But you know what? Wizard did it. So no worries there. I mean, like, look at this thing. How does this fly? I do not know. And now, actually, just for the fun of it, I kind of want to drape it over the front, where it's just like, that's not even in a good rudder position. It's just, I guess, where you might expect to see the rudder in the image, but if you think about it, it's just kind of draped over the right side of a railing, not doing anything. Done. Here we go. We get our bookmark, we get our rudder, and it is all of the whimsy and silly that I want out of it. So I think that's it. There we go. Maybe I'll tweak the shape just a bit, kind of bring it out, test it against the silhouette when I kind of like do the render on it. But yeah, there we go. I think that is the design. It's got like some interesting kind of little curious designs to it. I think they keep it very interesting. We'll have kind of... Ooh, I almost even want like the internal pillars here, instead of like ropes coming off and kind of like connecting to the balloon. What if it was actually just like these wooden pillars extend into it? We'll have to see how it works with other balloons. I think we can get away with it for the most part. Maybe it won't work great for every single one, but it should be interesting. And also, I want to try something a little fun with this, just because it might look weird when it's kind of doing its bobbing animation. It's like, why isn't this unfurling and like swooping around? But just kind of give it more of that like loose ribbon feel. It's just very starched, you guys. It's fine. Just a very stiff fabric. That feels more ribbony. You know, it's got that kind of like, I feel like that's just something you have to do for the end of a ribbon, is kind of like have that little fold. It's just a classic. Sweet. Oh wait, no, it should just be like read. Do it or else. And this is not at all something I'm keeping, but I just feel like playing around with. Sure. There we go. Read. Do it or else. Okay. So we have all kinds of goodies. I think I'll get rid of that little ribbon there. Sorry, friend. The tops of this, I kind of want to make like extra heavy feeling. Like it's top heavy. Now, this isn't balanced how I wanted it. So remember, I kind of had these like 4 pillars spaced out evenly. Where I put this one, it's like way off, right? So I want to move this one. It might kind of mess with the aesthetics of all the other balloons. So we'll have to see if that's going to work or not. Also, if I have these pillars in line like this, I'm actually kind of setting myself up to make it feel even more flat and two-dimensional. Like it's just a single wall floating by, as opposed to like a thick hull. So maybe that's another reason to not kind of do the pillars perfectly spaced like that. So we can maybe use our liquefy tool just a bit to kind of like round it a little bit, just to kind of make it feel a little bit more 3D. Yeah, double-decker boatmobile. How far are you from the floating island, Shirley? I guess it can be hard to quantify, but are you kind of getting close, or are you kind of like relatively new to the game and just kind of like working your way through it all slowly, or like what's your journey like? I know that quite a few of the people that join have been around for like any length of time. You know, get some pretty new and old MouseHunters alike. It's always fascinating to kind of like know where people are at and all that. I like to hear it at least. Okay, halfway a Sean Grand Duchess. All right. Oh, that's great. No, you should enjoy the ride. Absolutely. There is no rush, you know. The content will be here for you when you get there, you know. And if anything, it'll be more kind of rounded out and available and like even balanced, you know. So generally the kind of like the second pass on areas, etc., like we kind of tune it up and make it even better. So, you know, being there opening day is one thing, but like having the kind of just kind of, you know, the journey through all of it after it's kind of being hopefully tuned up where we need it. Unfortunately, like early to mid areas are still kind of like pretty heavily old MouseHunt era, I would maybe call it. So, you know, but yeah, where you're at, stuff should be getting pretty interesting for sure. So I'm glad that you're along for the ride and enjoying yourself. That's always very good to hear. Would it be weird having ladders connecting the deck to the balloon? It could be interesting. Almost like you could like take one of the ladders like up and go inside of the balloon. That could be fun. The I guess the only difficulty around that is just when we kind of like have the player swapping for different balloons, but at the same time, I don't think there are any that are like, it doesn't seem like a terrible thing. Like, we have like a big chocolate egg and, you know, just like completely solid stone with crystals. Like, I don't know, maybe there is like a thing kind of like it's hollow and you can kind of like go through a hatch on the bottom to go inside. Like, why not? So, yeah, I could see us trying to do that. Does it help with the narrative of the piece? Or will it even be visible properly? I'm not totally sure on that one. Like, even when you get to see a nice detailed version, it's probably more like this size, like the really kind of like close-ups that you get. So it's, I'll see about keeping that. We'll have to test it with other balloons, though. You know, like the pirate balloon. It's like, I suppose you could climb up in that somehow. You know, why not? Yeah. Working on your final draft. Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to build up for the big run. I think right now I am getting more of a virus. Should hold that open. Also, I got to talk to Dave and figure out how he did the Feedback Friday horn setup he has. I like that. There we go. Nice, nice. Another 600. All right. So we are going to be taking lunch in about 7 minutes. You know what we haven't done is done the old flipperoo to see how things read with a fresh look. You know, that's something that's pretty critical to do when you're working on stuff for a long time. Is kind of like, you know, step back and get a fresh perspective on it. Thankfully, because I work digitally, that's super duper easy. I just hit a single button and it flips the whole thing and lets me see it nice and fresh. So I'm just gonna kind of tweak little things that pop out to me as kind of like, that could look a little bit nicer if I do this. If these are more straight pages, is that better or worse? I kind of like the pages contouring with the book, the weird book, a little bit. So I'll keep that. One thing that really I noticed is, how do I want to get this to feel like it's kind of this rounding shape? And I feel like when I flipped it, it did show that there's something there. It's starting to work, so that's great. And it really is about kind of like this rounded edge here. But also, perhaps it can be about how this overlaps on top of the quill to kind of really show how it's kind of turning around the form and kind of intersecting with this object. So that works too. Do these pillars have kind of like details the underside of each shelf? Is that a lot? Feels like a lot. And also, if I really want to give this dimension, it would actually look even better if I kind of stagger stepped these kind of pillars as it goes up. So, like, for example, if this one was in a bit further, and like, it may not work logically for being a pillar, but like stylistically it would look more 3D if I kind of do that. May not have been very obvious for that one. Let's see if I can do it with this. And I know that we're going for more of a kind of blocky, bulky look, so this might not be what we want to go with in the end. But I just wanted to quickly experiment with it to see if it gives a little more dimension. Actually, I want this to be all the way out here. So I kind of undo what I did by repainting it, I guess. Seems inefficient. Yeah, I don't... Like, it feels slightly more 3D. But you know what? I actually think I'll simplify the pillars overall. I think that's getting way too kind of... yeah. There's just too much going on with that. I do want those posts to have some refined details, but like putting it on every kind of shelf is just too much. I think I'll keep it at the bottom and the top only. Yeah. I could still have like this shelf kind of comes out a bit on the side maybe if we want. Yeah. Well, I'm going to take lunch and we can kind of figure it out when I return. Actually, you know what? This feels like it's two tiers of this. Like there's the top tier here, which kind of sticks out more, and the bottom tier here, which is kind of tucked in just a little bit. That looks interesting to me. I'm already doing that here. So these pillars go straight up and down. And so do the walls of the shelves. But there's actually, you know, it kind of makes the ladder less useful because it would be, you wouldn't really be able to get to the bottom shelf as easily. But, you know, for a moment I saw a thing that I thought looked really neat, so I wanted to see what that does. I could move the mouth of this over too, or just close it up entirely. Maybe I just want to close that up. I'm about to encroach into my lunch break by doing this. That would also make this sliding ladder make more sense, because now it can kind of like at least traverse the whole kind of width of this, as opposed to kind of not being able to access everything. Alright, here's my lunch alarm. Okay, we're going to come back to this. There's something here that I gotta resolve. Sure. Sure, man. Alright. Big, heavy library flying in the sky, demanding that you must read. Alright, cool. Well, I'm going to give this the first save of the day, because that's great. Good job, me. What should I call this? Tome. Just full caps tome. Because it just has that beefiness to it. Alright, so I'm going to go on lunch. I'm going to put up a timer so you know exactly when I'm going to return. It is going to be a full hour. But in the meanwhile, I'm going to put up the time lapse of it so you can kind of see the sketch process from start to finish on just several loop. So, just closed a bunch of windows by accident. There we go. There we go. There we go. And there we go. All right, cool. Got them back. All right. So, timer's going up. I'll be back at 2. I'll see you then. Have a good lunch. Hello. Welcome back. Hello, hello, hello. Lunch is done. Time to art again. By the way, I wanted to display my latest harvest bin haul. I have some cherry tomatoes I've been growing, and they're looking quite ripe today, so decided to grab a bushel, and I'm going to make some just like spaghetti with simple tomato sauce tonight, I think. Should be nice. Hello, Mary. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. So first half, we were basically rendering out a epic floating library dirigible type idea thing. That commands you to read. 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 And I'm having a good time with this. I think it's a pretty interesting design. We'll definitely tweak as we go, but I think I'm at a point with it where I want to start blocking in the linear, the flats, if you will, just to kind of like figure out, make sure that the silhouettes feel good, and we can adjust as we go. There's definitely some comments about it starting to feel a lot more like a castle than a library, and I totally see what you're getting at with that. I think that that will work when we get to kind of more of the coloring portion. I think showing the shelves with kind of like the warm wood and stuff like that, I think we'll get there. I do want it to feel like a structure in a way, so it's kind of good, but I don't want it to feel like a castle as much as a library. So we'll figure that out, though. I feel like we can figure it out. Also in the chat right now, I just popped in a Larry link for you all, for people who stuck around. Feel free to nab that up and share it with others. But yeah, for now, what I think I'll do is I'll start with just kind of the back layer, which should be the sails. So I'm going to knock the sketch down, but first I'm actually going to really quickly just take a look at this using a different backdrop, just to see if it still kind of like holds up. I don't think there's any issues with this. Not that it will tell us too much, since we're just looking at a grayscale sketch anyways. So, let's see. Catch them mice. Alright, so I'm going to knock the sketch down to about 30% and switch to my sales folder. This is a new layer, yep. Alright, so first things first is kind of just like figuring out what color I want. I'm going to go for like a warm leather, but I'm going to keep it a bit light just to make sure it isn't too crazy high contrast. We can definitely adjust pretty easily, so I'm going to turn off the base sail layer. I'm just going to block it in real loose. Actually, I'm going to use some straight lines where I can. I'm going to block in the parchment on a separate layer, just because I feel like those are differentiating enough texture that I want to keep those separated. And I'm sure that the metal portions will also get their own layer. For now, we just need to kind of like get the flat block in, just to see the silhouette of it. And it'll make our rendering process much smoother. With leather, you don't tend to get any hard creases. It's like very soft and stiff. That's probably not right. It's pretty resistant to folding, I guess, is kind of what I'm getting at. So even if there's like a crease, it's generally got like some kind of bevel and smoothness to it, versus something like a piece of paper. You're gonna be able to get like a fairly sharp crease on that. Leather, you get kind of pretty rounded edges. So even just kind of having this kind of more softly rounded might help with making it feel leather in a way. Okay, and that's the back locked in. The front should be pretty simple. Might need to tweak a little bit of that just to balance it better, but I think if I at least get the idea down, I'll be able to see it when I turn off the sketch. Okay, alright, so layer behind this one we can use for the parchment back here. Ah, thank you. That's a nice suggestion. Those who are watching, give the video a like. I never ask for that kind of stuff, like, subscribe. Honestly, if I look at the kind of like the viewing metrics for the art streams, they usually start out pretty strong, but as the day goes on, people trickle out, and I get it. It's very long, and I usually lose most people at lunch, which makes a lot of sense, because not everyone's as willing to leave the video open for a full hour with nothing really happening there. So, thank you for the like. I appreciate that. Alright. Figure there might be like some, if we have kind of like these loose pages kind of like jutting out the back, it's like, maybe there might be a few here kind of peeking out from the side, and I think that can kind of give some little interest there. It almost makes me want to have just like a single little page just kind of coming out there. Cool. Okay. So if I quickly turn off the sketch, you can kind of see, yeah, I feel like that actually does read. I feel like that could be a book that I'm looking at. This, because it's not really emulating something that is familiar, because it's like, what is that shape, right? It's not really a book, right? And the pages here, I think these could be tweaked to kind of feel more loose page-like. Let's see, how can we do that? First of all, I'm going to make this little rip less in the middle there. I feel like there might be something about kind of like having pages that are almost lined up with each other, but like just barely not. Like if I had a stack of sheets and and they were all kind of just like smashed together in a binder, and I like very briefly kind of dropped the binder and caught it, some of the pages would just kind of like get out of place, but then I catch them as they're like starting to slip. So having them be kind of like nearly lined up might be a way to get that feeling. Still not quite getting that from this, but just trying to see if I can capture that in just the silhouette alone. So I feel like if I can do that, then it should be really easy to make that look good when I go to render it all. That kind of maybe is working. Yeah, kind of feels like loose papers now. That might be alright. I did kind of lose that ripped page, so maybe if I just kind of take a nick at that one. Now, of course, we're talking something that's actually going to be in-game, like super small, so you'll never even see that detail. But you know what? You get it live. You get all that good detail that no one else will get to see because they weren't here. So, there you go. Yeah, surely, absolutely. I actually like rambling about the process, so more than happy to oblige. So, basically, I usually almost always start with doing that sketch that I did for the first half. And then I'll create new layers and just fill those, fill the shapes, the silhouette, as I like to call it, of the object. So when I'm working on a mouse, if you look at kind of the adversaries page, for characters you haven't caught yet, that's like the silhouette of a mouse, right? But I kind of create silhouettes of all the major objects, like the balloon in its entirety would be a silhouette. For a mouse, I might actually create several silhouettes layering over each other, like the outfit that the mouse might have, or just kind of different parts I want to separate when I'm painting them. So even like an arm in front of the body, even though it's like the same object technically, you know, the body attached to the arm, by kind of like having it overlap, it allows me to kind of render that easier if it's a separate layer. And I'll show you kind of like why this technique is useful for how I like to work pretty soon. So now we have the flats. For the sails, I'm just going to go around and basically do that process for each of the different components. So we'll go to the, well, let's do the balloon next, because we actually have the kind of like paper color already. And once I kind of have an idea of the overall value and, well, maybe not the value, but like the colors that are going on, it might inform kind of like what color the hull should be. Because everything in art is relative. Like how blue something looks, how deep a shadow actually looks. It's kind of an illusion. It's all based on what's surrounding it. So if I'm intending to kind of make the hull like a really nice, warm, deep, dark kind of wood texture and color, I might actually end up kind of changing just how red or just how bright or dark it is based off of the other parts around it. So right now I have a pretty good idea of kind of like what color and the brightness I want for this balloon. So easier to start with the stuff I know before kind of jumping into the unsure area of kind of just what is that library portion texture going to look like. So also what I will be doing for this part of the drawing specifically is really paying attention to the edge of the object. What's really interesting about silhouettes is when you are creating a texture of something, you could draw every single fiber and every single hair on it, and sure, it would look really kind of realistic in the end. You would really be able to see like, wow, that is a shag carpet very specifically. Like you've gotten that perfectly. It looks like a photograph, right? But of course, you know, I don't have the time, nor does the style want super hyper realistic, where every single hair is drawn, right? That's just not ideal. So what do you do to kind of like make sure that a texture comes through, even though you're not necessarily drawing every single, you know, sorry, I'm running Clip Studio, and because of the way that I do the time lapse, it does have kind of like an autosave every once in a while that interrupts it. It's a good thing because autosaves are great, and also worth it because the time lapse is a nice feature that I enjoy using for lunch. So those little pauses are just going to keep happening, just so you know. They're fine. So anyways, what do you do when you're kind of like trying to create a really broad texture, but you're not able to like literally paint and draw every single kind of piece of the texture? One of the best things you can do is actually defining the silhouette. So even though there's no detail, no shading, no, you know, like volume that's visible, you kind of, just from seeing the edge of this, get a feeling of like what the texture is in a way. Like it's this kind of like scrappy, shredded feeling. And so I really don't really have to put a lot more detail other than just kind of making it match everything else style-wise and like feel like it's in the right lighting, etc. But thanks to just kind of defining that silhouette, you kind of get the texture idea just like that. So it's kind of like utilizing how human brains love to recognize patterns and kind of like just tell us what it thinks it is, you know? Like how we can kind of like look at a piece of toast and see a face in it or something, or like, you know, the stars picking out kind of objects and characters, etc. You know, our brains are all about just kind of like this seeing things and deciding we saw them. So I use that to my advantage. So basically, yeah, the next step after sketching is just kind of blocking in my base colors. And I don't always use the exact same process as I work. Actually, one thing that you'll discover from joining me for future art streams is I actually really like to challenge myself on stream with stuff I've never done before, which is just a very bad idea because I'll often, when I do that, just have like kind of not the best art day, but it's also kind of fun. Yeah, this generally is my process where I just kind of start with the sketch, block in the flats, and then the rendering that comes after is actually kind of like mostly set up. Keeps it pretty slick and simple. So I don't need to get every single page right now. All right, so how does that look? I think I want to kind of like have more kind of gaps in the texture out at the very edges to really show this concept of there being this kind of like deep texture idea. So I'll try to get a little bit more of that going, but I can't necessarily do that absolutely everywhere because of the way that these layers actually interact with dirigible files specifically. The front sail has the rope come from the sail file, and it goes behind the balloon, and it's only got a little bit of overpaint for some of the layers that we've rendered out for it, so I just need to make sure to cover those areas well enough that you're not going to like see behind the curtain and it'll look weird so much. And again, like I'm doing stuff that's so tiny detail that like I'm wasting time just kind of trying to get that working, and I don't need all of that. I'm sure neither do all of you. I feel like if I could, would you rather me do like a 30-minute stream where I somehow manage to like get all of the art done, but like it's just, you know, no fussing about, no kind of rambling, just kind of blasting through it, and you're here for just seeing the art come to life? Or do you come here to just kind of listen to me ramble? Not that it would change how I work, to be honest. Yeah, no, it's, I don't know, like, if you just want to have someone just ramble away, then I will do that. So, welcome, welcome. Yeah. Totally here for the rambling. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, I really do need to kind of like get on that whole like editing the clips that I've captured, now that I actually can do that, because I would suspect there are definitely people out there who aren't necessarily here just for the rambling, hence why they don't tend to stick around all day. Well, not that I would expect anyone to. It certainly is a long, long stream. I used to do pretty regular, like 8-hour streams, which is no small effort. Okay, so at any rate, we have kind of like this fuzzy kind of pages fluttering around. You can kind of like get a sense of that texture. You can even almost see where there might be like this interruption here, where the texture kind of like gets pulled in there. So, you know, I think that's speaking to what we're trying to illustrate here. So that's pretty good. Can move on, I think, to the hull, and the hull is going to be very interesting. Also, I do need to get the ropes on the sail layer, I believe. I should be able to just put it on the same layer as the pages, though. So maybe if I actually would it make sense? Kind of wouldn't make sense if I like have it pulled down and across. Let's see. A bit thick for that. Just have that one go there. Yeah, if it's kind of buckling like this, it just kind of feels like the wind is pulling at it. So I think that's okay. I guess these could actually connect through on 4 strings instead of the usual 3 that we do. I think that'll be fine. It kind of feels like that's caught some wind and is tugging at it, so that's good. It's a little tight against the balloon here, at the very front, but I actually suspect that with different balloons, that might not be too bad, because that's pretty encroachy right there. Maybe not ideal, but it's fine. If anything, I'll just decide if I want to shrink that front sail a little bit more, just to give a little more breathing room. But here you can see how I've overpainted with the ropes here for the sail, where I'm making sure to have the balloon overlap it by a good amount. I want to make sure that it overlaps so that there isn't just this weird kind of rope that just stops before it actually connects with the balloon. Same with this sail back here. This is intentionally painted behind it. I might actually carve out a portion of it because I believe there are actually some balloons that do have a little bit of like transparency kind of around the center. So if there is the ability to see through it, I don't want to see just a random kind of like block of, what is that? Is that leather from the book? I don't know. So I think that's good for just blocking those in. I feel like I can see what's going on even though it's just the flats. That's good. That doesn't always work either. Like I don't always have kind of like an idea of what I'm looking at. So it's always good when that does read. It's kind of hard to tell what I'm looking at, but I think the texture is okay. I can get a feel for that, and then when we actually like render onto that, it's going to suddenly become very 3D, and the paper texture should work quite nicely. So yeah, that should come together pretty good. All right, now the hull. The hull. All right, this one's the one that probably has the most questions about how we want to tackle it. I'm just going to get rid of the base one first. We're probably going to bring ropes or pillars in properly. I'm maybe just going to shift the pillars. Right. Okay. But the question is like, how do we want to make sure this gives that library feel? I want it to have that like that strong kind of like rigid structure feeling, like this solid library that's heavy, just full of tomes. Yeah, honestly, I think it's going to work. I think we just need to start blocking it in with kind of like the right texture colors. Let's see, let me get back to my Trinity College Library in Dublin reference. So there's like some really, really nice colors. A lot of like warm gold, really, really like deep dark shadows. It's very interesting. Okay, so we're going to start with like a very saturated kind of wood color. And it can be a bit difficult to like do a flat with like a really dark color just because it makes it hard to read the sketch. But this might not be too bad. All right, I'm just going to try and create a smooth angle there. And same thing here. And what's kind of interesting is you might notice that I don't always adhere to the sketch exactly. The way that I build up my sketches is, see how like just chunky and kind of like loose and scribbly some of the lines are? That kind of just gives me the impression that I'm going for. It doesn't necessarily tell me exactly, all right, all my lines have to adhere to this perfectly, right? It gives me an impression of what I'm trying to get, and then I can kind of block in around that, and just kind of gives me a sketch to build my structure off of. It's a loose foundation. It's a blueprint for my foundation, I guess you could say. All right. So this detail here I think is an interesting one. It basically is setting up to show us that there is this pillar that goes from like the ground plate, all the way up the side of it. And so there's kind of like this platform down at the bottom. And I think that changes this so much to include a detail like that. And I'll really make sure that does read well, because it's important that you can tell what's happening with it. Because if it doesn't read well, then it's just going to be confusing. But we have potentially the same thing here, where we could like really show that the bottom floor of this is kind of like carved in, or like not embedded, but the top layer definitely comes out from it, and then there's this like interesting kind of walkway on the bottom here. I think that just kind of creates this really weird and interesting hull design that I think it might be the thing that kind of makes it feel more like a castle, but I also think it's kind of cool, so I'm gonna make it work. We're gonna make it a library out of this somehow. All right. So I might as well just keep this the same blocked in layer. There's not too much kind of like I might make the wood slightly different, but because they're not really kind of overlapping in crazy ways and they're very similar, I'll just keep it all as one layer. That's also something you'll discover with me, is like I will often kind of use the least amount of layers as I can get away with, even at my own detriment at times. So it kind of, I don't know, it's a way to just kind of like keep going on a thing and just kind of commit to it. If you like made a mistake, sometimes you just have to paint over it instead of kind of going back. Not that that's necessarily the smart way to do it. It's just kind of, sometimes I work that way. As I said, I like to kind of challenge myself during streams to kind of not necessarily do the easiest thing. So I guess maybe that's part of it. Although I just tend to do that in general anyways with my layers. If I can get away with smushing it out, I sometimes will, and then regret it. Yeah, actually, you know what? That would be really nice to make that quill have kind of like a metallic accent, especially if we're going to do kind of like a book binding detail on the sails. I'm actually going to rotate this. I rarely do this, but there is like a very specific angle I want to get with this brush, and it is a little bit hard to make. Why is it jumping so much? Well, I don't use the rotation tool very much, and I can see that it's not necessarily perfect. It kind of jumps. Even, oh wait, no, I thought I had a smoothing brush. That would have helped. So I was saying, even though I had a smoothing brush, which should get rid of any of those jitters, it was not the brush I had selected, so I was incorrect. Okay. Just trying to like get a cleaner edge to that whole thing. That seems pretty slick. Nice edge to that. Cool, cool, cool. By the way, reset. Reset with double click. There we go. That's how you do that, apparently. All right. So ribbon, you are on a different layer. We'll do. I guess this would also be a fairly saturated red. But it's a whole other kind of red. I'm talking about like a nice kind of fabric in the sun. Probably a terrible color for blocking it in, but you know, it doesn't really matter so much. When you block in stuff, you could use any color in the world if you want. I tend to like to try and get something that's close to what it's going to be in the end, just because when you step back, it makes it easier to just see what's going on. But sometimes I will pick a color that's very much not the intended color, just to make sure I can kind of see all that's going on with that layer. Like, for example, if I wanted to do like a hot pink, it's much easier to see, oh, that's really wobbly on that edge there. Maybe I should clean that up a little. You know, because that contrast that it created by choosing that color. But because we're working digital, it's super easy to just, once I'm happy with it, pick the correct color and move on. Also, a little technique for getting sharp edges, like inside and outside sharp edges. Basically, you overpaint or over erase, and then kind of like go back and fix that. So it may not be super obvious what I'm saying. If I wanted to create this here with a really sharp point, and this here with a really sharp point, I can't very easily erase a sharp point in or paint a sharp point in, depending on kind of what version I'm going for. But if I want to really get a like super sharp edge on the outside here, if I overpaint and then erase, boom, nice and sharp, right? And then if I over erase and then paint back in, boom, nice and sharp. Over paint and correct with erase. So that's just that little kind of way to get a nice crisp corner. Alright, so I'm going to change this color back to something like that. Maybe I'll lighten it up. So we can turn the sketch off for a moment and just kind of get a feel for it. So the bottom is like really heavy feeling with it being so dark. I think I'll need to make the kind of like the strapping, the ropes that go across the pages fairly dark to kind of like help balance stuff. But I also think I want to have some dark enough accents on the sail to kind of like make it kind of balanced across the whole thing. There's that direction where I kind of like darken elements of the rest of the ship to kind of create a little more harmony. Or I do the hull, I could brighten that up pretty easily. I could kind of like hit it with more kind of like light and maybe kind of mute down how saturated and deep and dark everything is. So there's lots of ways I could kind of like create a little bit better balance. One thing that I like to do as well is pop over into my grayscale to really see what's going on. As human beings, I always like to kind of get into like how our brains interpret things and look at stuff. Value the like black and white values of an image is so powerful that if you can kind of like look at something in grayscale and it works there, you could almost put any color to those values and it'll still read. But if you use the perfect colors, absolutely get the exact perfect colors for every single spot, every single pixel is just the right color. If the values are bad, if they don't read very well, your image, even though it has just the absolute correct hues, I guess is what they would be called, it's just going to be a mess, and you won't even be able to read the thing. It'll be almost incomprehensible to look at. So I always like to do kind of like a value check, maybe do a little flipperoo. Yeah, I think that it is interesting with it being kind of like so dark, and not everything else is kind of matching. But I think there's some balance that we could reach with that. Like the straps will help. Having those kind of like reach out from the hull to the balloon will be good too. Who is this Larry the Knight? Such a nice bloke. It's a great question. He is the friendly neighborhood knight. He is a very, very helpful companion. All right, so I think that a good next step is to get that strap stuff going on the balloon. I'm going to knock the sketch down. Generally, once I've kind of blocked in the flats, I'll go from 30% opacity of the sketch layer down to like 10%. So I can still see what's going on, but it's not going to interfere quite as dramatically. So for now, I'm just going to grab the same exact color as the hull for this rope stuff. And I'm just, maybe it won't be that thick. I'm just going to go around and just quickly place some of those straps. I'm going to lock it down. Okay, and depending on what the angle is, because I want it to be like a strap where it's kind of like really wide and really flat, for certain angles we're actually going to have it kind of taper away from us more than others. Like this part right here, it is straight across, almost as perfectly perpendicular to us as it can be. So that's going to be the widest the strap could be. Now, what's interesting is if they are really straps, we might actually have them kind of like fold across each other. Where like it's actually going to be pretty, this like pinch point here is going to be pretty narrow, but a bit wider. So maybe something like that could be good. Yeah, good enough. I am someone who will futz with the most pointless detail for far too long. So that's also one of the reasons I like doing things on stream that are kind of maybe something that is challenging, because if I overthink stuff, I could be at it forever. Like when I'm doing graphic stuff, I will literally like just kind of like slide text back and forth a couple of pixels, just nonstop, just in a loop, basically doing that. So at least when I have the stream watching me, I'm kind of like a little more, okay, I should probably move on. That certainly hasn't stopped me from just kind of like getting stuck doing kind of like the same pointless thing for like 30 minutes straight on stream. So you'll see that too. All right. So hopefully that kind of feels like straps. If it doesn't, I'm sure it'll still kind of convey the right idea of like it's pinning the paper down. Who cares if it feels flat or not? It's not a particularly important detail about this. So because I use the same kind of value here, it does definitely kind of create a little bit more kind of balance across the image. The sail, I think, is going to get more contrast in general, just due to kind of shading and stuff like that. I'm going to pop on the alternate background, which makes it quite a bit darker. And what's interesting is the value of the paper is now kind of basically starting to blend into the backdrop because it's such a similar value. If I turn the color back on, it kind of becomes hard to discern some of these edges just because of kind of their value being so close. But that shouldn't be a problem because when I actually start to render this, I'll be creating kind of like a gradient of highlights and shadows and stuff. So it should read no matter what the backdrop is. Shouldn't be an issue. All right, so next steps, we have our base kind of shapes all blocked in. We're doing good for that. We don't have like the pillars or the ropes from the hull extended, but that's easy to add later when I kind of feel like I know what is going on with the hull a bit better anyways. Let's see. It looks really tall. Is it going to run into the other balloons? I think that it should be okay. Some of the other balloons might overlap. Unfortunately, in this file, don't have all of the balloons imported. I should do that at some point, though. I wonder. Let's see. Can I just... Just going to see what other balloons I have on hand. Floating island. Where are you? There you are. Dirigibles. Alright, so the egg hunt is pretty tall. Yeah. Of course, the egg hunt is exported in a different place. Alright, I'll go find that real quick. Release, event, egg. Yes, dirigible, there you are. Okay, cool. Import, boom. Okay, so there we go. We are at basically the theoretical limit of kind of how tall some of these get. And I mean, there's always going to be like awkward combinations of balloons and dirigibles just because we have like such different ideas happening with them. But I think that we can get away with this. It is touching it, but like the thing is the hull will overlap it, and even if it like really overlaps it, I kind of feel like that can still be justifiable, right? Like that doesn't look too weird. So I think that I'm okay with the height of this. It's going to be like taller than other hulls for sure. Quite a few are much more stout, but a few are up there. So I think we're good. I think we can go with that. But again, we can adjust it if we feel like it's not actually going to work. One thing I should do is just kind of like see what the base version shows me. So you can see this here, this base version is basically an instruction of every single balloon should fill in any of these areas. So anywhere this balloon exists, I want other balloons to also fill in that space because we need the ropes interacting with this space. So if you go beyond it, it's not the end of the world. It might be awkward with some of the other designs, but depending on how you design it, it might not be too bad. All right, so here I can get away with cutting into the shape to kind of like help create more of that smushed down pages effect, which I think really helps with it kind of feeling like it's this kind of strapped together bundle of pages. Okay, need to have it reach to that point at least. Oh, also, the longer I go, the less kind of like coherent I will become, and more just kind of like talking to myself. So enjoy the ride, I guess. I know there have been like basically entire streams where I just like hadn't even really looked at the chat, and I'm just like having just like lengthy dialogues about whatever. All right. To kind of capture the pages, just kind of creating hard edges is a pretty good pattern for our brain to be like, yep, that seems like a piece of paper. Because like it could be like fluttering all over and warping in the wind and just kind of like blowing around, right? But if you kind of like give it those hard cut edges, those corners, suddenly it's like, okay, yeah, that's a piece of paper blowing in the wind. A machine or accurate human cut those shapes. Done and done. Sweet, I can really punch this one. See how much there's this like overlap that I'm missing? I think I just gotta lock that in a bit better. And just kind of extend the ribbon up. Like it won't be the end of the world if I don't absolutely fill in all of that shape. Chances are you'll not have any weird artifacts. But just as a general rule, I try to follow my own rule about how to lay out a dirigible design. Cool. Okay. Good. Layer mask. So now I'm on the strap layer, but I've targeted the clipping mask layer, and now I can actually go in and just erase and paint back non-destructively. So I can erase all this, and then if I want, I can paint it all back in. Whereas normally, if I erase on the layer without using a clipping mask, that information is deleted. It is gone. So this just lets me kind of really quickly create these little page cutouts. That overlap the straps. And just kind of, boom, there's more of that read of texture, right? My brain instantly says, oh, that's just the edges of paper overlapping whatever that object is, right? Like, again, it's, I turn off the sketch, I turn it to grayscale, and you can kind of see more about, like, oh, it's a round object, because these straps are wrapping around it, it would seem, and then there's some stuff overlapping it. Okay, cool. Have this like fully overlapped there. Ah, legged out, oh no. Just me rambling, I suppose. I am right now demonstrating how layer masks work, where basically I've added a layer mask, create layer mask, layer to the, I'm just going to say layer, hold up. The layer I'm working on, which is the strap layer, and it lets me erase, but non-destructively, so I can paint back in. Whereas normally if I erase, it erases all those pixels, and they don't come back, unless I undo. Alright, so here we go. We just have a little more texture read on that layer. Cool. So we could kind of like start to get into kind of volume of the shapes, like if I turn the sketch back on. I could do a new layer here where I just kind of start to kind of just paint in some shadows on a separate layer. So I've now added a layer above the silhouette of the balloon, all these kind of frayed edges. I created a new layer above that, and then I turned on clipping layer. By the way, I'm using Clip Studio Paint to illustrate, but you can do all the same stuff in Photoshop and almost any other illustration painting program. So I just kind of added a little bit of shadow, very gentle, very subtle, but boom, it's suddenly a little more round in 3D. I can come in here and maybe bring in a little bit of kind of a highlight to that, right? So now there's kind of some nice sunlight kind of scattering down onto that balloon that is now much more round feeling, right? But we can go much further with this. I'll do another layer on top. And now, basically, what I can do is I can take maybe the highlight from here, and what's a good way to do this? Like, I could catch the edges of things and kind of show all these different kind of layers of paper, just kind of catching the upper edges of stuff, and that's kind of like one way to kind of show all that texture. That might be a bit much down here. But yeah, basically another way to do it is just kind of have like some of these pages kind of angled up, so they're going to catch some light because they're kind of angling towards the sky. At this point, it's just kind of like go with my gut. I'll just kind of be like, yeah, okay, what if I just kind of hit this little part with some shadow or some highlight, and then I just kind of soften the edge there, and then use an eraser to carve out a nice harsh edge there. And that kind of gives this feeling of the page folding upwards. here maybe. And, you know, I don't need any rhyme or reason about exactly where I put any of these loose scraps of paper, but you can see that suddenly it kind of does start to feel like there are these pages kind of peeling away. And the same thing will happen with kind of like when I come in and start to maybe plop some shadows under these. So let's just do another layer, just to kind of make this as easy as possible to start. For the shadows, I'm going to try and just concentrate on cast shadows for now, where basically there's a gap between surfaces where the light isn't able to reach very easily. So since a lot of these pages are kind of just like hovering above each other and overlapping, we're actually going to get a lot of these little kind of gaps where they're kind of blocking light from each other. But what's interesting as well is like the texture of paper is something to consider. For example, it's generally a pretty thin material. If you shine a bright light through the back side of it and you're standing on the other side, you're going to be able to see that light coming through the page because it's so thin, right? And of course it depends on the actual page itself, like some are thicker than others. The color of it could kind of absorb more light. But I'd say in general we're going to imagine that these are relatively, you know, thin enough that the bright sunlight could kind of get some of its light to kind of pass through the material. Light's pretty darn powerful like that. You know, like if you think about it, your skin is actually somewhat translucent. Light passes through your skin, believe it or not. And it's a pretty neat way to kind of like give a lot of vitality to flesh, is to actually have some light scattering into the shadows. If you really want to see an example of it, just hold a flashlight up to your fingers and, you know, try and block as much of the light as you can. You'll see that light passing right through your fingers. Now, obviously, you're not going to see the light bulb, but you will see your you know, you'll see the inside of your finger glow, right? Turns red. It's the light actually scattering through your skin and kind of bouncing around your blood and kind of getting absorbed, but some of the colors are actually just scattering through. So basically what I'm getting at is I'm blocking in some loose shadows, but to really kind of give it more of a paper feel, what if in those shadows we scatter the light? So we have this kind of like parchment, papyrus kind of material. The shadows on a nice kind of like sunny blue sky day, which is kind of what we're drawing on right now, the shadows would normally be kind of cool because we have like this warm light and like the sky itself is cool. We got like the blue from the sky. So normally you'd get kind of like colder, bluer shadows, but if we have the light scattering through these pages and it's like this like warm brownish golden kind of material, we're going to have kind of like these shadows just kind of like transfer some of that light through it and kind of like saturate the color a bit more. So where the light might kind of like be passing through into like really like one part is like hit with direct light and the other part is kind of like in pretty decent shadow, I think we could get some like nice kind of just rich bold colors coming through. This is a bit extreme right now. It's not quite right, at least down here. I don't want that much light scattering there. But like up in here, I could see there being a really strong case for there to be a lot of color and scattering here, because I'm probably going to hit this with even stronger light later. So I might even lighten up those shadows even more. Yeah, these are all things I like to think about. Back in my school days, I didn't really learn a whole lot from school. I did the assignments, but I kind of just like did them to try and get a grade. I didn't necessarily like get a whole lot of practical how to illustrate materials knowledge, etc. Stuff that I'm interested in. But I wanted to continue learning, so after I did school, I actually found like an online class with a really, really, really good teacher who kind of like basically taught me everything I know about light, from more of a physics point of view. And yeah, ever since then I've kind of like really overthought light and materials and textures and all kinds of good stuff. But it's honestly the most fun art that I do, is kind of like trying to understand what would happen in these scenarios. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy painting chrome so much. Something that people would probably find a very exhausting thing to do. It's one of those things that, because of kind of like having studied light and how reflections and all kinds of stuff like that works from kind of like a totally different perspective than, you know, I might have gotten otherwise, makes it pretty fun. So yeah, anyways, you probably will get lots of anecdotes about those teachings from me going forward. Well, I guess you always have if you've been around, but you've been warned? I don't know. As you can tell, I've gotten to the very rambly portion of the show. Photonic art. Exactly that, though. It is. I actually, like, I've probably expressed this a number of times, but I literally do look at stuff and think about what the actual photon would be doing, like, in a very general way. I'm not, like, looking at it and being like, I understand this on the quantum level. It's more like, you know, how would a single photon bounce around? What would it be doing? And then just kind of scale it up. But yeah, I think it makes for a pretty informed illustration when you kind of can look at stuff like that, figure it out. But yeah, it's certainly not everyone's cup of tea. I have many, many very, very, very skilled art friends who have kind of tried to take the exact same coursework and been like, this is not for me. It's way too scientific, and like it really does make you kind of overthink stuff until you get comfortable with it. So it can also really slow you down and overwhelm. But yeah, I love it. All right. I should probably like review my lesson stuff from that. Every time I do that, like every time I kind of dig up my old assignments and kind of like re-look at what I was doing and kind of try and figure it out, I almost always kind of like discover something I missed before. So it's pretty great, actually. By the way, the light source I'm imagining is kind of like above and to the right. That is honestly usually my default light angle. By the way, if anyone is curious about the specific class, it's Fundamentals of Light by Sam Nielsen on the schoolism website. I actually know the people that founded that school. Yeah, there's actually a lot of really good courses and stuff, but by far, like I've taken a number of them, and by far Sam's stuff has been, for me, the most kind of like useful and informative. I've definitely gotten a lot from the other ones, but none that kind of like completely changed how I was able to look at stuff, and my rendering skills, I would admit, did kind of like dramatically change after that. All right, so I'm going to turn off the sketch, and we can kind of see that, like, yeah, there's definitely some pages fluttering around. We don't have kind of like it feels way too empty in some spots. What I might actually do is do a duplicate of the sketch layer and bring it down and drop it into here, and then that just kind of like automatically gives us a little bit of texture already, because it's now clipped to this base layer. I'll even kind of increase that. Sometimes this is a quick way to kind of start blocking in a flat. And I'll take this and maybe like apply a color to it as well, instead of having it be like a black sketch. Maybe I'll make this like a darker color, or what would be a good one? I'm not used to using the different layer types in Clip Studio. It's a little different from what I'm used to in Photoshop. I would say that Photoshops are a little better overall, but it's also, I'm more familiar with those ones. But the way that they organized it in Photoshop is much easier to kind of just like know what I am looking for. It's like grouped better. Hard light. I feel like overlay is interesting. It's got a lot of richness to that. Same time, maybe the shadows kind of like getting more blue on the underside would be interesting, because we're no longer getting that scattered light happening, or the subsurface scattering. Sorry, I hope that's what I was referring to it earlier as. And instead we're getting more of the sky ambient color kind of going into the material. So the shadows are going to kind of cool off more. Normal? Yeah, maybe normal is better. There we go. That was the ticket there. All right, keep it as a normal layer, but kind of getting the sky color into these shadows. A little deeper blue, maybe. There we go. All right. So suddenly that kind of like fills in almost all of the texture, and now I'm not too worried about someone looking at that and being like, "What the heck is that?" I would still expect people to be like, "I don't know what I'm looking at," right? Because what even is this? I've never seen this in real life, right? But I think it gives an impression of kind of just like scraps of stuff being kind of like frayed and bundled, and there's more kind of like catching of light here and there that I'm definitely going to do, but I'll come back to that. I think right now I've got more than enough detail on that layer, and we're past 3 o'clock, so I do want to try and really wrap this up within the next few hours, so I can't spend all day just kind of rendering a ball of paper. Really doesn't seem like it's worthy of that much attention, to be honest. So I'm going to just quickly do something with the straps. I'm going to cool off the shadows on the bottom. by kind of darkening it and pulling it to more of a gray and sliding the color wheel into a slightly bluer shade, and that will kind of like take the local color of the object, which is this kind of brown strap for now, which I think is fine. I think that is an interesting color for this. And it's just kind of taking it some of that saturation. It's basically we're removing information that the light is providing to us. And the shadows that do kind of come through are going to be influenced by the environment around it that it's reflecting effectively. So the kind of blue sky is just going to come through a little bit more. And you know, the way that that works is actually really dependent on what the material properties are. You know, if it was like silk or metal or whatever, like it will handle light and shadows and reflections in different ways, and you just need to learn how to make that work. So I'm going to make this one overlap this way, just to make this side and this side different. And I guess I want to have just like a little bit of highlight going on here. I'm actually going to turn off this sketch. It is off. Okay. Thought it was on. And a little bit there, a little bit on this side, although it would probably be more of a cooled off color because we're not quite as in direct sunlight, and more just kind of the ambient, the sky kind of lighting it up a bit. There we go. Alright, this shadow here, there is a lot of light that's in this crease is being kind of like basically completely blocked off. So we're going to get like a nice deep occlusion of light. It would even potentially go straight to black. There's just absolutely no light able to reach the area between these two objects, right? I try not to go to complete black because realistically there is kind of like atmosphere between you and this object, which can kind of bleed into the deep dark shadows. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, no, I just kind of like ramble about what I'm thinking about, so hopefully it's coherent and interesting. I suppose that if I were someone who stumbled across this, I would be pretty interested in this. So, you know, that's the hope, is that like other like-minded people are like, whoa, what? You know. Also, with bounce light from kind of like the air, like all the material around it, it's surrounded by paper. Paper is very good at reflecting light, right? It's like a bright surface. You know, if you were to stand in the like in a direct light, and it's not like a really overcast day or something, you had a bright light shining on you, and you had like a deep shadow across your face. If you took a piece of paper and put that right beside the shadow portion of your face, it would light it right up. You would kind of like fill in all that shadow with bounce light from the paper. That's what photographers effectively do when they do photo shoots. They have these big kind of like screen things that they they have people hold an angle, and it just kind of creates these bounce lights to fill in shadows and really kind of like show the detail. Instead of like really harsh shadows, they can fill that in. They can use different colors of these kind of like sheets to bounce different colored light. And so basically, this is just like a ball of light scattering material, right? So I feel like any of the shadows up in this area are just going to be like really kind of just filled in with bounce light, which is basically going to give more saturated color, especially if the material is kind of like a similar like kind of color in general. So we have kind of this warm parchment with these kind of, I don't know, I guess it looks like leather straps, like a soft kind of brown leather though, a tan hide, or I don't know. But yeah, that kind of works. I'm probably going to want to bring a lot more of the brights into the top of the balloon, but again, we're over kind of developing one area before we kind of like figure out anything else. This is something I try to avoid, because if I get all the details exactly how I want it in one part, and then I go and render another part, because it's all relative, I might realize, oh no, I need to change all that work I did on the other area, or now I'm forced to kind of make that work. And so it's best to really actually try and develop everything at the same time, up to the same like level of detail. Don't get kind of caught like I do. So let's see. Looking at kind of my reference again, the shadows in the building, the library building, are like very, very deep and dark. But I think that's actually due to the environment, the lighting conditions. So I need to keep that in mind when I'm kind of like figuring out how I want to kind of like light up, or shade rather, I suppose, this kind of like building, if you will. So first of all, I think I'm just gonna try and just get stuff blocked in however I can, right? I do like these pillars being just kind of made of darker material, right? I think I want those to stand out with their contrasts. I just kind of realized that I want the bases to be a little bit shorter here. So there we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. All right. So that kind of gives us a little bit of a, there's some library shelf action here, I can kind of tell. I can deepen the shadow directly below this part of the structure because it is kind of further back inside, and therefore we're going to get kind of like a deeper cast shadow. We can kind of get like, actually can't even really see where the original sketch is. That's probably bad, but you know what? Much like how I compress layers when I shouldn't, I'm just gonna go with my gut on this and not worry too much about what the sketch told me. So here we can kind of like see the kind of like impression of the layers of this kind of warm, deep, dark mahogany wood, I guess I keep calling it. I feel like the top portion of this can get some nice deep cast shadows, kind of even more like occluded light in a way. by the way, occlusion, like occluding light, when I'm saying that, I'm basically saying it's just kind of light that's blocked physically. It is occluded. That's kind of how I use it. I'm not sure if I'm using it correctly. Actually, you know, looking at this, I regret not making the pillars their own layer. So I should do that before I kind of frustrate myself with trying to work around them. That's kind of like the biggest reason for me to use layers appropriately, is like it saves me having to paint around things, because that can be a bit of a headache. Okay, cool. I can just that should be practically there now. Also, I should probably turn my sketch layer on for a second just to see if I have the angle all right for that. Again, I did mention slightly earlier, I guess when I was blocking in the color even, that having too dark a flat color for like your blocked in shape can make it a bit difficult to read the sketch. Obviously I can turn the sketch up higher, but then it's like I don't really get to appreciate what colors I'm putting down because there's just this muddiness from the sketch layer. So that's kind of something to be aware of, but also to combat that, I can do the same thing that I did before, where I make a duplicate of the sketch and I drop this down and clip it to the object. So now it is as if I painted in some of the shadow already, right? And I can do things like, yeah, let's make it an overlay and give it a bit of color. So it's a little bit more nuanced than just kind of like grayscale shadow muddying stuff up, right? So yeah, I think overlay was pretty okay for that. And now I have some of that detail that's visible without it really interfering with kind of the actual color I want going on. And I'll actually just keep going and keep that as a layer for now. I can just merge that when I need to. So I'm going to do a layer on top real quick, and this is actually just going to be my pillars. And you know what? I'm not even going to clip these. So then I can make them nice and consistent. Sorry, when I said clipping these, I'm implying how the layers interact, where if I clip it to the layers below, it'll share the same kind of pixel kind of. If the layer that it's clipped to doesn't have any pixels there, it will not show through. If it does, it'll paint over them. Alright, so there we have kind of like our pillars going. I like that kind of like rich, dark, kind of everything's pretty deep and dark. That's interesting, but it's very extreme, right? It's so dark feeling that I think it's probably a bit too much to balance the whole thing. So we could, let's see, I think maybe we try lightening up the, let's see, edit, tonal correction, hue, saturation, luminosity. If I raise the luminosity, that's not hitting everything, right? Because I have the layer above that, which is where my shadows are, and that's also. So what I could do is merge those, and if I adjust that layer, that should do good. Tonal correction. There we go. So bumping up the saturation, or the luminosity rather, makes it definitely more balanced, right? I could look at this as values first. So if I do that, now we're just looking at it in grayscale. So we kind of get a good idea of like just how different those are without worrying about color. So let's see, keep going with this, see if we need to push or pull anymore. I think that the brighter it goes, that's pretty okay. I think we still want to have like some really rich shadows and saturation though. So I don't want to go too far because then we're going to have like really extreme highlights and shadows potentially, and I don't think that's necessary. Do the pillars need to come off though is the question. Yeah, no, that's a fair point. Hard to read if there's not enough light in there, huh? I agree. All right, so I think, yeah, I'll kind of lighten that up to match the straps there. And that suddenly feels like, okay, cool, these belong in the same space, right? That feels more like they're, you know, agreeing with each other in a way. Not a good way to put it necessarily, but I feel like there's a little more harmony with that, and we're going to be able to see the details a little bit easier. It's not going to be quite so muddy, hopefully. So, do we want to increase the saturation is the next question that I have. Because I do like the idea of it being like a really rich wood, and for something like that, really kind of like pumping up the saturation. Of course, this is too far, but like the saturation being just how much color is crammed into that, right? Pulling it down, it's like, okay, that seems all right. You know, now if you pull it all out, it goes to like grayscale, right? There's no color left. So I feel like that's definitely too far. Oh, by the way, this is another hot Jacob tip. Whenever you're trying to like figure out how far to take something, like balancing in game design or like the color range or shadows or highlights or whatever, I like to just actually go too far and then identify like, nope, that's too far, and then it kind of like lets me know, kind of like, okay, now if I've gone too far, I just start pulling it back until I'm happy with it, and then I know I've gone far enough, as opposed to like thinking it might be far enough, but then, you know, not actually taking it to the point where it had potential and you just never took it far enough to discover that, right? Yeah. That is a good question. The books, what will happen with the books? Because that's a whole detail that we know we want. And I think that right now is a good time to try that out, because, I don't know. Let's start with something kind of simple but bright, just a gray, right? We start with gray. We can even just start in grayscale, in fact. I think that's probably a good way to begin this process. The question is, should they be lighter on a dark, right? Like what I'm doing here, or should they be potentially darker on a light, right? Because they need to be distinct from it. And I'm not sure what the correct answer is necessarily. If the wood is, you know, like a lighter wood, and we have kind of like really deep, dark, like oily leather tones, I feel like the dark on the light is pretty okay. But in general, I'm imagining that these books might be more kind of cloth bound. They might have like leather binding for sure, but like also not necessarily um, you know, darker than, you know, a deeply rich kind of walnut or whatever this wood is, right? So I think in general we're going to go lighter books on a darker kind of backdrop. And then also, um, this is not going to be like exactly this everywhere. It's not going to be like only this exact value handled this exact way, right? And that will make a huge difference as well. How big are these books? Probably massive. Got a lot of reading to do, everybody. Get to it. Right. So, I probably want to actually like really cram some of these books together to kind of like fill that in. But yeah, like seeing how bright this isn't going to remain that bright, I don't think. Like it kind of works, but I think it'll be even better if I pull it back a bit, especially like down here. And even if we decide that we want the books to be dark on darker than the background, because I'm doing this as its own layer, I can easily just kind of like make that adjustment. And Bob's your uncle. I'll also like thicken up some of these tomes, make them, you know, Encyclopedia Volume 25s, right? Maybe a 50. And again, I don't want to like get to the point where I'm, you know, having to draw every single kind of detail on every single book. Obviously, that is not a good use of time. You know, we are definitely not going to be able to appreciate any of the spines on these books. Even on stream level of detail, I don't think we're going to be able to. I mean, we could, but with the time being where it is, I don't want to use up the time we have for such silly details. But blocking these in will actually help, because I'm going to get a lot out of just kind of like this one layer, I'm pretty sure. I'm just going to try and speed this up a little bit. I need more thin books too. Yeah, I'll have some behind the ladder, why wouldn't I? Yeah, the Book of Likes, thank you. Oh my goodness. I really do say like a lot. I'm not ashamed of it though. Like, comment, and subscribe, everyone. And, oh man, the sketch just turned off. Read. There we go. books on the shelf, and we'll toss the ladder in front of that. We'll probably have it be as dark as the pillars. Have one shelf that's just jam-packed with perfectly aligned books. Absolutely great idea. Let's do this one. Honestly, it will probably look better to do this, right? I'm doing this manually, so it's like not going to be perfect. But these are decently thick books too. And you got like a really good series going on right here. That is a lifetime read right here. Whatever this epic is. There you go. Enjoy that series written by Mustachio. Maybe. Cool. Okay. I think I'll just kind of toss a couple extra books in for good measure. And let's return to the world of color. So we have kind of just like the grayscale version of our books. Do we want to do next? I think the next thing that we'll want to do is kind of address the overall value of the books. Now, not every single book is going to have the same material binding on it, right? So a different book casing is going to have a different kind of natural, like leather is going to be darker in general than just like a cloth paperback, depending on the color of the cloth, etc. But yeah, it is a row of encyclopedias, nice beefy books right there. There you go. Exactly. All right, yeah. The Tales of Terry, this one right here. There is not even enough pixels to do this, but we're doing it. Tales. A nice curly F. That didn't quite work. No, that doesn't work. Terry. Perfectly legible. And then we'll give like the hunter's shield there. Then I should have done that on another layer, to be honest, because that's going to get destroyed. I apologize. But there you go. The Tales of Terry. That's been transcribed. I am left-handed. You don't see it here because my camera is reversed, but I am left-handed. Can you tell by the way that I write horribly? I'll bet you can. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to toss a clipping layer above this. We're going to set back to grayscale mode, and we're going to grab a shadow color, and let's see. So first of all, the books below here, they're going to be catching a lot less light, because there is light that is blocked by this overhang, right? So these are going to be kind of just more in shadow here, right? The books at the back, these are also not quite as in line with kind of like the light coming from, the right side. So a little bit less. Not a whole lot less. A little bit. Alright. Now, also to make that work, I want to deepen the occluded light. So what I'm talking about for these is each book is an object that is opaque and it's blocking the light. So between the books themselves, we're going to get occluded light. Now this is like really, really like high amount of detail that isn't necessarily super critical to get, but no, I think it'll add to it potentially, hopefully. Like you get kind of like the deep shadows between them, right? Because there's just no light in there. Also, it makes it so that these shadows, like these books originally were kind of, you know, closer to having that value as their backdrop. Now they kind of like still read as, you know, a different material on a shelf, right? Even though they're quite a bit more in shadow than these books up here at the front. All right, so there's some of that. Now let's get just some random variation in, you know, how dark some of these shadows are, right? Or how kind of like much darker some of the book spines are. I'll keep all the encyclopedias uniform. That would make sense. Yeah, we'll just kind of change up some of your books are darker than others. And even some are going to be lighter than others. And so it's basically being like, okay, cool, these are made of different materials. So even though they have kind of like the same amount of photons hitting them, because they are a different base color and material, the light is just going to act a little differently on them. So if we zoom out, suddenly that's starting to feel a little bit more like, oh, hey, that might be a library shelf right there. So I think that's good. I think that's very good. I'm going to even darken the backs of these shelves even more. Why is that not working? Right, that's why. So I knocked down that layer. Alright, cool. I'll just do it on another layer. I was wondering why it wasn't as strong as I expected it to be. I was going over. Okay. Now I'm just going to blend a bit of this. Because when you have like deep shadows, but they're not like something you want to draw a lot of attention to, you just kind of like smear it around, just kind of blend the edges of it so there's no like hard edge to be found, and that'll just kind of help it to just kind of fall away and not draw too much attention to itself. It's a lot of kind of old school painting that kind of taught me that one, where you kind of like purposely lose edges in the shadows. And it can be on like something that you would expect to have some pretty decent detail, like someone's face, you know, their eyes being just kind of tucked into their hair might be something the artist didn't actually really want to be this kind of like detail and contrast that, you know, your eye was drawn to, and so they just kind of like left out a lot of the information. It's just lost edges. Like you don't know where the edge of the eye is, where the edge of the hair is. It's all just kind of like undefined. And when you do that, it just kind of like, it becomes unimportant, and you just stop really kind of paying attention to it. It just kind of just exists. So we might actually do a little bit of that to the books, by kind of like being like, okay, some of these books I think are a little interesting, and maybe we want to kind of like have the viewer kind of like look at and notice, but maybe the books on the shelf down here, Charlie, these are supposed to be more kind of like into the shadows, so maybe the tops of them just kind of lose the edge of those. Like the books over on the left side here, like let's just lose some of that information. We just, like, there should be a book here. There should be like the edge of the book here, right? But like, what if I just make it blurry though? What if I just lose some of that information? Like, it's less accurate technically, right? Like, that's not what a book should look like. But like, just kind of doing that, just purposely throwing away the information about it. It makes it less important to look at, and you just, your brain again will just be like, well, I think they're books, so I'm seeing books, right? That's what those are, right? And you just kind of like, I'm specifically telling your brain, don't pay much attention to these, because they don't have very hard edges. They're not important to look at. You don't need to know all the like really specific details about it. And it just kind of, I don't know, it's like when you're making a character and they're smiling, there is kind of this unwritten rule where you don't draw and paint and illustrate like each individual tooth. Although if you looked at a picture of the person, you really can see the definition of all the teeth. You don't want to, like, there's this kind of thing where it's just like, if you draw so much attention to like really specific details, it kind of is weird. So a lot of the time when you kind of like paint a character, you just don't like create the detail of each individual tooth. Just blend them together, right? And it's like, you'll still see the teeth. You'll still see it as teeth, but you don't pay attention to it in the same way. So that's just kind of what I'm doing here. I'm just kind of purposefully discarding a lot of the information that I don't want you to pay attention to. There you go. Suddenly these books, they're still there. They're all books there, but like, they're just kind of, they're not as attention drawing, I guess. They just kind of, they're fused into the shelves more. So that's what's going on there. Even without the shadows, it kind of works a little better. And now we're going to do a color pass really quick. So let's get a couple of purple books, because why not? We'll just do a color layer and see how well this goes. That's very bright purple. I guess they're kind of more blue. Yeah, just going to go through and just smack some random colors at stuff. Let's get like a mustard kind of color here. Not the loveliest of colors for books, but you know. I'm going to pull that green back. Again, like, I'm not wanting to, green's too much contrast for that. Let's go with kind of Tales of Terry have managed to make it through. Very good. Must be a good read. Okay, so there we go. We have just kind of like books. I don't want to like go too crazy with the detail. Again, it's kind of the case of like we made some paper, it's implied, and we don't want to spend any more time than we have to. And I think I've already kind of like spent more time on it than I have to, but I found it like an opportunity to show some interesting techniques at least, so I think it was worth. I'm just gonna like pop the ladder in here, and I'm purposely making sure this goes outside of the silhouette so that you can kind of just figure out what's going on. Oh, Charlie, it is so warm. Do you have to be on my lap right now? Again, the cats are just very much enjoy overheating. I do not know why. Like on the hottest days that we've had, one of the rooms that I have, it has like really big windows, and in the evening the sun just really blasts in, and I didn't have light blocking curtains set up, and then both of the cats just went in there, and it was so hot, but they were just like lounging in the sunbeams, just loving it. Pretty sure if I had like a little fireplace, they'd be like trying to get into the fire. They are not the smartest. Okay, so we got a ladder. Maybe it's going to be visible, probably not, but we know it's there. So there we go. Pillars. These shapes aren't resolved. I'm thinking for these, we could do more kind of like drawing attention to them, right? Like giving them some nice contrast, perhaps. Lost that JPEG. Yeah. That would have been really clever to put in there. All right, let's see. You could tell I'm left-handed because I wrote the T from right to left. Interesting. Yeah, I'm a lefty. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm just like far behind on the chat because I've just been rambling. Where is that? I have that drawing glove somewhere. I was looking at it recently. I've had a few of them. Yeah, I just find that I kind of overheat when using it, so I stopped. So hopefully this feels like we're back to a library as opposed to a castle. No crisp books. Can you make the ribbon a little different? There's 3 curves right now, and I feel like a 2-curve situation would be prettier. Yeah, I can do that. So instead of the bottom one, it just straightened out from there kind of situation, right? I like that. I was kind of like going for that like very graphic design on purpose curve there, but I think you're right. I think this would actually look nicer. Just kind of just let it do this instead. soften that edge even more, to be honest. It's more natural, so I think that is good for it there. Like the other one was kind of just like on purpose kind of curves. So that does actually sit more comfortably. It feels like that would be what you would see more easily. The cool thing about art is people tend to have some kind of subconscious ideas. Not all of them are good, but I do tend to try to find a way to make stuff work. And I enjoy that about working with you all, is anytime people give suggestions, I'm like, can I make this work? It's a fun challenge sometimes. I can't always. Sometimes I do have to disappoint. But yeah, that is actually what you get when you hang out with me and engage in the chat, is you actually get to shape the creation. You know, you become a part of what actually goes into the game. Like, no lie, you know, like, you were a part of creating this, right? That's a fact. It would not look anything like this. Seriously, like, I would not have created this. Just how it goes. Okay, now I'm experiencing a moment where having multiple layers is kind of like making this, what I'm doing right now, a little bit more awkward. Let's see, I do want to bring that shadow back. Okay. Just need to knock all of this back. It's not like a perfectly circular structure, but it is definitely rounded. I think I want to saturate these shadows a bit more in some areas. Okay. But because I kind of have this like rich wood quality going on, yeah, I did end up darkening those shadows significantly. So we're going back to kind of like very extreme values here, and I'm a bit worried that that's too dark. So was that better? I kind of think that I want to pull that back a bit. I think that some of the detail I'm looking for, in fact, might be better found in the highlights, and just kind of like letting stuff sit in kind of a muddy shadow is a way to let that happen. So I'm going to create a new layer above this, and we're going to use more kind of golden honey color for the like the wood in kind of more of a highlight. Yes, I don't know. Straw. How would you describe this color? Honestly, when you're kind of like trying to figure out your shadows, what is actually a really effective way to do it is not the way that I did it initially, but kind of like creating your painting as if there's no direct light on any of it. and then kind of like building up a layer as if light is kind of like hitting everything where you want it, where you would kind of logically be able to hit it if there wasn't any objects in the way. And then erase that light wherever those objects are. And doing that, you can get some really accurate and high quality feeling light. So that can take a bit longer, but it's certainly a good technique. All right, so hopefully this is kind of got the right vibe going on. I think the left side of this could fall into a bit more shadow to round it out. However, I'm going to jump to the sail over here. There's the ribbon that I want to do. There's kind of the ropes or pillars coming off of the library portion. There's the quill at the front and the book at the front. And I want to try and wrap that up at most within the next 2 hours. I would like to try and get it done in the next hour. So we'll see what we can do. But this portion is definitely the next biggest thing. So jumping to the sails, I'm going to pull a copy of the sketch down into there. That will go onto this, and I grabbed 2 layers by accident. I'm going to flip this to the flat there, and I think for the leather, I want it to be a little more kind of like red, maybe? Or maybe not. Maybe this is actually a good base color for it. Let's do more kind of red in the shadows, see what that looks like. I think that's okay. Thank you, Alex. Much appreciated. Oh, I missed Shirley's heading out. Thank you for hanging out if you see this later. It was nice having you stop by for the first time. I look forward to you hanging out in future streams. Cool. Okay, so I'm just going to go on a layer on top and just start throwing some shade onto it, if you will. There was a layer link. Let me grab that for you real quick, because I actually can pull that up pretty easily. There it is. Copy and paste. No problem. No problem. All right. I think that sometimes the Discord will kind of grab that and throw that in the Feedback Friday area, or Larry links. One of those. I'm sure that you can usually get it there if you miss it. But, you know, it's best to get it from the source if you can. Okay, so the challenge of kind of like having this cast shadow here is different balloons may feel like they should be treated differently. But in general, all the balloons should kind of occupy the same kind of area and block the light in a relatively similar way, hopefully. And you know, if it doesn't work with every single balloon, that's to be expected. It's kind of hard to make a one design fits all unless we really create restrictions around how we can kind of render stuff. So, all right. Multiply, it's a bit dark. One of the things I really liked with Photoshop is being able to kind of like try out all of these layers really quick and easy. I already did that one. You can just kind of like hit the down arrow and it'll just go through each of them. Overlay seems good. So that's one point against Clip Studio. There's a few things that I think Photoshop still does better. The text tool is definitely got like more features in Photoshop, which can be pretty important when you're doing certain things with it. But like, oh man, animating in Clip Studio is so great. It's awesome. Like actually doing kind of like hand animation stuff. I haven't done a lot of animation, right? It's not exactly something I get to do a whole lot, but it's cool. It's fun. And one of the first kind of animations that I produced, well, I guess I've done a bunch when I was really young, but like in more recent years, and heavy on that, is the hunter's horn. So, you know, not a lot of animations, but that one was done in Photoshop, and it was using frame animation, but the way that it works in Photoshop is it's very much like there are no kind of handy features and tools to make it easier on you. You just kind of got to make each frame look how you want it, and then go for it. Yeah, it's much nicer when you have like a timeline that is like way, like Photoshop does have a timeline, but like it's not nearly as easy to use or modify as Clip Studio. Like one of the coolest things about Clip is you can scrub through the timeline using hotkeys that you choose. That's huge, like really huge. Surprisingly, like being able to just kind of like really quickly jump around is just immensely important for animating. But another thing about it is like when you change the frame, you like are set up in an appropriate layer, and Photoshop kind of tries to do that, but like it does it really weird and bad. And yeah, it just kind of, you get like a pretty good onion skin tool, and like it's just how you can kind of like treat each kind of animated frame very specifically, and like you create an animation folder full of frames that are layers, and like they're just forgiving, I guess is the appropriate word that I would use, because of how much I need forgiveness when animating, because I don't know what I'm doing. But yeah, so if you ever want to try classic hand animation, and you can get a copy of Clip Studio. I think you can get the trial version and do like I don't know, like a 20-second animation, but that's like a limit it has. So there's kind of like some kind of embossing going on with this. I don't know what I was embossing exactly. That's kind of the thing about book detailing, is it's just kind of patterns. Sometimes it's like flowers and stuff, but I don't know. They don't always make sense, I guess. It looks cool. I'll just kind of connect more of it so it's harder to try and see anything in it. Yeah, so I guess what I'm saying with the animation stuff is, when I tried it out in Clip Studio, I just found it fun. Like it was just enjoyable to do, because it just kind of worked. So that was cool. I like when that works like that. You know what? I'm gonna go even more red, actually. Too much. That might be it. Yeah, I'm just kind of grabbing some of the edges to kind of like really give this idea that it's this embossed surface. So that's a very leather book thing. Some of them is. It's not like all books have this embossed detail going on. Honestly, I probably would have been happier if I actually like stuck to a pattern and kind of tried to use that, but it is what it is now. Also, thinking for these ones, kind of capturing more of the sky color. Okay, cool. So it kind of works. These shadows can go deeper and darker here. Again, just kind of like losing information in the shadows. Kind of makes me think of the chocolate egg now. It's kind of got that cocoa feel, milk chocolate maybe. I wish I had some. Oops. All right. One thing that we would probably get is some nice bounce light from the pages over here. However, that's great and all for when you have these combined, but like, what does it mean if you have a completely different balloon that it is like absorbing all the light? You know, it might not look as correct. Not a huge deal. I'm not gonna, you know, be like, oh, can't do this, not allowed. The leather and the wood are kind of a little too similar as maybe a concern. Maybe not though. I'm going to do a save because I kind of haven't done that at all. And I think I'm going to take a like 5-minute break to get some water and stretch. It is now 4:18, so I'm gonna wrap this up today. So we are going pretty long. It's been a while since I've done such a long stream. So thank you very much for bearing with me. Yeah, I need to take a quick break. Just, you know. All right. Let's actually enjoy the time lapse as well. First, I'm going to save it. I don't want it crashing. That would be very sad. All right, so let me just kind of export that. And I mean, it does feel like it's almost there, you know? Can't move it over. Cool. All right. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. All right, and we're back. I was just enjoying watching that. I was kind of like ready to return for a little bit, but I was just like, no, I'm just going to enjoy that. Okay, so let's give it a flip. Kind of fresh perspective on this again. We're kind of in our last stretch, so I want to try and get what I need to done here and now. There's a few things that instantly kind of pop out that I can kind of address. So one thing is, this book would look much more interesting if I had just kind of the bottom of it more visible. Not that you can see that detail, but it just kind of instantly is like, I think I want to see an angle like that on the book. Boop. Okay. Another thing. So we can still render out a bit of the book. We render it those pages. That should be relatively quick. Maybe I should just do that right now. Pages. Sure. All right. I'm just gonna erase that. There we go. All right. Thanks for sticking around. All right. Just because I want to see it, I'm gonna. Do I have it still? Oh no, it's the balloon. There we go. Delicious chocolatey leather. I kind of like it. Yeah, I'd take a bite. It's got a neat kind of like heft to it as well. I like that. Okay, so the next thing that I want to address is the metal detailing. So whatever metal kind of like accents I put on this, I want to carry that through the whole thing in whatever ways make sense. Putting a bit of condensed creativity on the front part of the sail. Yeah, that could be interesting. Just kind of like, almost like a symbol of it on the front of the book could be a cool detail plugged right in, like socketed into the book. That'd be neat. So what I'm thinking is, already I know this is a bit blah. You know, it needs something. This needs something. This is interesting, but if it had a little something, that could be cooler. And I think it's the metal accents. So what I want to do is kind of decide what is the metal that I want to use for this. I think we could look at what the leather binding has in the table of contents, and I feel like that would make the most sense for thematic reason, right? So let me see if I can grab. Interesting. So this is kind of a lot more of a like reddish, kind of purplish, kind of outer book. Forgot how red it is, right? If I go to, what's the other book claim? Oh yeah, I totally forgot like what the encyclopedia looks like. That's fun. All right. Well, anyways, I'm getting distracted. So I'm thinking this kind of, that kind of metal edge is totally appropriate for what we want. And I'll just create this on a new layer and see if I like it. Alternately, I think silver could be good. It's going to be on the whole layer. So how would I want to do this? Like I could have something here, maybe not that. Maybe nothing there. But here I was planning on having kind of like almost rivet type things, and then these would be metal, right? Something like that. And then the hull itself, I think it'd be cool if it had like, should these pillars be accented with the metal? That could be interesting. I don't know if it's what I want. Should there be any of those kind of metal accents in the shelf area? Maybe not. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think aggressive gold is actually not a bad idea. Just to kind of like, yeah, like be like, here are the real accents. I'm kind of just catching your eye, and like just little details. As an accent, we don't want to overwhelm with it, right? So if and it's like, I almost imagine like the top of the shelf. What if we like did this kind of concept where you like just kind of have this kind of like pattern curved into it, you know, just to kind of like create a little bit of interest in that surface. But then, yeah, there could be like gold kind of catching the light on this, and it's just like, whoa, what? But like not everywhere? Is that like something? It's very distracting, but perhaps too distracting. Maybe I can get rid of the shadow portions of it and just kind of have those gold accents. That might work. Like the accents on the pillars, but they had to stand out enough with the bright colored parts of the shelf. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. Kind of want there to be like caps on it, where it's like just the bottom and top are plated in this, and there's like a very clear layer to it, but it's also kind of subtle, maybe. Like it's not necessarily, I mean, that's very distinctly shown. Not that. I do like that gold accent with it, though. That's interesting. Using condensed creativity, like green for the accents. I think it would be really cool to like explore that potential. But wherever it's used, it's going to be like a beacon, right? So it's just kind of like we can try that out. I think it's a very kind of like, let me take a quick look. And even if I try and like mute it down, it's gonna like just really capture your eye. I feel this need to kind of like create these glowing green lanterns or something to kind of just help with that. I have so many layers, it's weird. Yeah, I guess I'd have to plan for it a little bit more to kind of like know how to kind of like make that work. Like I think absolutely a brilliant kind of like element to really create some good, interesting contrast. So it certainly isn't a bad idea. I just think that with me trying to wrap it up as soon as I am, I don't think I can get that to kind of quite work how it would. And it could definitely work well. Like a good intuition with that for sure. I think that would look amazing. I just think I would have to put in some effort to make sure it doesn't just overpower everything, I guess. All right. So I want to get the curved feather good. The quill. I guess that I don't actually want the gold to kind of go down the entire spine, right? It would be better to kind of make that feel like one cohesive piece of wood, and then it's dipped in gold at the tip, probably. Is this Asnor's ship? Oh man. Clip Studio is taking a bit longer than I like. Getting a little bit uncomfortable with that. Let's give that a save. It's potentially because it's saving into a Photoshop format as opposed to a Clip Studio format, so that could be giving issue. So many layers. Where are you? Here we are. Too many layers. I'm gonna have to start merging stuff soon. I want to try and wrap up. Okay. So hopefully this is reading effectively. What I'm thinking is I can kind of have this gold detail kind of continue around the back and just gently use it where it might make sense. And then I think that these here we could make gold. It's really kind of like grabs a lot of attention. I mean, that's kind of a thing gold is pretty good at, so I suppose that is fair. Kind of give a little more dimension to the material there. We should look at this without the balloon in the way, just to see if we need to overpaint more. Because basically, what if the balloon is see-through here for some reason, right? Just want to make sure that there's just kind of some kind of consistency here. Seems alright. Alright. I think I can get kind of a little bit deeper with some of these pages here. I don't know. Let's see, what else? This feather doesn't really feel like wood to me right now. Let's see, what else? The sketch here, I'm going to get rid of most of it up there. I think I've kind of like maybe run out of my steam at this point, so I might just have to wrap up. To be fair, I've been going longer than I have in quite a while, so this image has been going well for me. I've been enjoying it a lot. So I think you know what? I do want to tackle this ribbon real quick. Get a bit of the atmosphere kind of reflecting off this. If we have kind of like a nice silky ribbon, I feel like we can get away with some of that, like the very extreme angles. You know, it's got like a certain luster and shine to it, so show that off, right? Boom. Cool. Okay. Well, some elements aren't really where I want it at the moment, but I think I'm at the point where I just need to kind of like get a fresh look at it. Like, I know there's stuff that I would tweak, but at the point I'm at, it's the last 20% of detail, and it would kind of like take 80% of like the effort I've put into this to like get it there. Generally, when I kind of like step away, and due to the way that we do Feedback Friday, because it's on a Friday, I got like the whole weekend to just kind of like, you know, reset. And when I come back, then either I'm like, no, it's great, I think it's good, I'll upload it as is, or I can kind of like really look at it and figure out what it needs, and an effective way to do that. Like something that I totally missed right now is like, oh yeah, the other pillars don't yet have kind of the gold plating. So, you know, not the biggest of things that it's missing, but yeah. Yeah, I just think that there's just so much more I could do that it has really good potential, this design, and it's almost there, but I just kind of, I think I'll wrap up here because I've just been going for quite a while, and I need to be done. It's been a long one, but it was fun. I quite enjoyed this image, and you know what? We're gonna have a good time and just kind of enjoy watching this creation together. I'm gonna do another time lapse, start to finish. I'll pop the Larry link in the chat as well again for anyone who's missed it. And first I'm gonna, yeah, okay, I did do a save. Very good. All right, let's see what we got. This one's gonna last a while, I suspect. But yeah, thank you to everybody who joined in, just watching, you know, just partaking. I appreciate everybody. And yeah, I had fun with this. I really did enjoy this one. I got a lot of really good feedback and ideas that I got to take and turn into something. And I think that I'm going to be excited to kind of do little tiny tweaks that I'm sure no one will even notice when it's in the game. But like I don't know, it's working on a level that I want to kind of like get really specific with all the nuanced details, and that's always fun when that happens. I think there's more kind of like just interest I can draw out of those sheets floating around, like to really make that kind of like something that would look cool on any dirigible almost. Like you swap that balloon in because you like that kind of like that energy and kind of just like weird buzzing of kind of sheets fluttering around, that kind of cool thing. We'll see if I can capture something like that. I clearly still need to attach ribbons to the library hull. It kind of needs to attach to the balloon. I guess a wizard did it, but yeah, I could use that. I think the quill it feels way too similar to like the back portion. Like I need to change up the kind of like the wood from the leather. It's just not different enough. They feel like they're kind of trying to be the same material, so that's a challenge there. Yeah. Needs a little more neatening. Yeah, I definitely need to pull in a bunch of the different dirigibles into the file, because I would actually really enjoy seeing different combinations, and that might help give me some ideas on kind of like refinement that I want to do. Because I'm seeing stuff and I'm like, I want to refine that, and I'm not totally sure exactly how I want to do that just yet. But I'm sure it will come to me. But yeah, I had a lot of fun with this. It was a good stream. Yeah. Still ways to go on this. We're just barely past halfway. Oh, I'm getting hungry too. Time to put those tomatoes to use. Yeah, thank you all for following along. I'm glad everyone, like so many people, just stuck around and really enjoyed it. Love that. Oh, you missed the Floating Islands event? No, and Ron's after a 2-year break. it I like that people can kind of like just watch the stream like in the background while they're doing stuff, like at work and stuff. I do definitely fully encourage people just like mute the stream, just put it on a tab and just check back in every once in a while and see how things have changed. A lot of people do that. So I think it's cool when people kind of like find a way to get stuff out of it. Um, I know that some people who like go away for lunch at the same time I do kind of get surprised when I return and they weren't expecting it. They're just like, "What the? Who's talking to me?" So that can be pretty funny. But yeah, it's a cool one. There's lots of really cool details in this that I think are just really interesting. And I'm just excited to like make it work, and then shrink it down to a point where you can't even appreciate it. You're welcome. uh, at least we're like over the past few years uploading like the full high res versions of things so that at least when we kind of like do news posts and kind of like other things, we can really kind of give a lot more of that kind of good crunchy detail. But let's just take a little wander around. Like there's this kind of like edge here. I would have the metal kind of like come over it. We got the Tales of Terry. Classic, a classic. Got some condensed creativity. I almost want to take the concept of the condensed creativity and shove it inside of the balloon so that where you have kind of like the gaps, it has that kind of glow coming out of it. Like that could be really cool. So we'll figure that out. Yeah. I do like the idea of adding like an adorned Imperium jewel into like every single inch of this, so you have to get like 500 of them just to make one part of this. You're welcome. Okay, bye. I won't do that to you. But all right, make it glow. I mean, when you have the option to make something glow with magic, there's no question. Make it glow. All right. Well, I hope you all glow inside your hearts in a good, healthy way. I have to go. My brain is melted at this point. I have streamed too long. Thank you all very much for partaking in Feedback Friday Art Edition with your host, Jacob. I had a lot of fun. I hope you did too. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I shall see you again soon. Next time I stream. Probably 2 weeks. That's how that usually works. Okay, I'm going. Bye. Catch you later.